Chapter 17 of Jimmie Dale and the Phantom Clue by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. A Devil's Alibi. Jimmie Dale's face was drawn in sharp, set lines as he went swiftly along. In a sense, the brutal, sordid affair was clear enough. The clipping spoke for itself. There had been an auction sale of jewellery, and Max Linesthal had bought in a pendant worth roughly $4,000. The drawing was probably a sketch of old man Linesthal's place. Jimmie Dale nodded his head sharply. Everybody knew Linesthal. Max Linesthal was a prominent, if somewhat eccentric figure on the East Side, who lived alone in a combined office and dwelling that consisted of the ground floor of a small two-story house on a cross street within a block of the Bowery. The old man, sometimes on his own account, sometimes acting for private interests on commission, or even for the bigger jewellers who, for very justifiable business reasons, did not wish to appear at the auctions, was a large and well-known buyer of second-hand jewellery of the better sort. This was quite plain, and the inference from it seemed equally so. English Steve had seen the account of the auction, knew that a valuable pendant was in Linesthal's possession, and had in some way managed to obtain the information that had enabled him to make a rough working sketch of the old jeweller's flat. Following out the inference to its logical conclusion, therefore, English Steve either had already robbed Max Linesthal of the pendant, or had proposed to do so before the night was out. A puzzled light for an instant crept into Jimmie Dale's dark eyes. What was the date of the clipping? It might be a week old. The auction might have been held days ago. He shook his head impatiently, as though irritated at his own momentary stupidity. It was nothing of the sort, or, if it was, then what he had found in English Steve's pocket meant nothing at all. No robbery of any such nature as that could be committed without its being known everywhere in the underworld at least within a short time after the police were on the scene. Therefore, unless the robbery had been committed yesterday or the day before, or a week ago, which it most certainly had not, since nothing was known of it in the underworld, the clipping, to have any present significance, must almost certainly have been cut from a paper of very recent date, for English Steve would realise that there was no guarantee, rather the opposite in fact, that Max Linesthal would keep the pendant in his possession for any length of time before he disposed of it again. The whole thing narrowed down then to two suppositions. English Steve had not yet carried out his plans when he was shot down, presumably by the gang, or he had already committed the robbery just previous to his murder, and the pendant was then, at that time, either in his immediate possession or hidden somewhere, probably in his rooms. But he, Jimmie Dale, had searched and had found nothing. It might still be there, still craftily hidden, of course, but if not, and the robbery had been committed, then the alternative seemed blatantly obvious. The gang, sworn to English Steve's destruction, had found the pendant in their victim's possession and taken it, that was all. Jimmie Dale went on, traversing block after block, and now a queer, whimsical smile brought a softer expression to his face. Those papers were damning evidence, and he had appropriated them without right or reason. He shrugged his shoulders. Perhaps it had been impulse. He admitted that, but it was not an impulse that he regretted, or would undo now if he could. If it had been only an intended robbery, one that had not known fruition, there was sorrow and shame enough for someone, perhaps a mother, perhaps an old father, certainly someone who loved even English Steve, without needlessly adding to a measure already so miserably full. There would be time enough for those papers to come into the hands of the police if they were needed to point the way to a more thorough search of English Steve's rooms than he, Jimmie Dale, had made, or failing that, to English Steve's erstwhile gang and present murderers, in whose possession the pendant then must be. The softer expression vanished, and there came again a troubled look into Jimmie Dale's face. There was still another angle to the affair, one he did not like. If the robbery had been committed, it must have taken place, say, quite a little while before midnight, in order to have allowed English Steve time enough for its actual accomplishment, the time to get back from Max Linesthal's to old Michael's, and, on top of that, the time to account for what had then occurred in his own rooms. That, then, would be long before he, Jimmie Dale, had started out from the lunch wagon, and had anything come to the ears of the police up to that time, it would certainly have been known in the resorts. And there had been not even a whisper of it. Why, then, had not Max Linesthal sent out an alarm, or rather, what had happened to Max Linesthal? Jimmie Dale shook his head again. No, that was putting it in its worst phase. English Steve would not have hesitated at anything in the nature of violence, perhaps, if, for instance, he had been caught in the act, but it was far more likely that his work would have been done so secretly and successfully that it had not even now been discovered. And yet, at a fairly early hour of night, before possibly the old jeweller had even gone to bed, to break in, blow a safe and Jimmie Dale shrugged his shoulders. The answer lay at Max Linesthal's. He was going there now, he smiled grimly to himself, via the lane and the back door, secretively, like a thief himself. It would hardly do for Smarlinghue to present himself at the front door, and, if Max Linesthal responded to the summons, inquire if a robbery had been perpetrated. It would be even worse if a robbery and perhaps violence to Max Linesthal had taken place, should Smarlinghue have been seen in or near the house. And that was the vital question. He could not morally sidestep it. The old jeweller lived alone. Had Max Linesthal come to any harm? Jimmie Dale's pace slowed now suddenly to one of almost hesitancy. He was very near the place now. It was just around the corner. Perhaps it would be safer if, even by the back door, instead of Smarlinghue, it was Jimmie Dale who went. But it was quite a little distance from here to the Sanctuary, where through one door Smarlinghue could enter, and through the French window on the squalid courtyard, and thence to the lane, Jimmie Dale could emerge. No, it would take too much time to go to the Sanctuary, and besides, it could serve no real purpose. He did not propose to be seen or heard. If nothing had happened in Max Linesthal's place yet, nothing would happen now, since English Steve was dead, and he, Jimmie Dale, would leave as unostentatiously as he entered. If, on the other hand, the break had been made, he would leave with equal unostentatiousness, and the police in some way, anonymously, could be notified. Even as Smarlinghue then, well known as Smarlinghue was in that neighbourhood, he was quite safe. He slipped suddenly into the mouth of a lane that opened beside him. The slouching gait was gone now. He was running swiftly, silently in the darkness. There was no question of locating Max Linesthal's backyard. His years of Larry the Bat in the old Sanctuary, of Smarlinghue in the new, where his life had literally depended upon it, had taught him every inch of the network of lanes and alleyways in this section of the East Side. And now, with a lithe spring, Jimmie Dale was over a fence, and, in another instant, running across the yard, was crouched before a door that opened almost on a level with the ground. There was no light anywhere. He could hear no sound, save the distant rumble of the elevated from the direction of the Bowery. And then the slim, sensitive fingers of Jimmie Dale, no less deft or agile for the grime and uncared for appearance that was theirs as an integral part of Smarlinghue, were at work again with the little picklock. The door opened, closed, without a sound. Jimmie Dale stood inside. It was as though a shadow of but a moment ago outside in the darkness and silence had moved and vanished. But it was not dark here in the narrow hallway. A little ahead a faint light showed through from a partially open doorway. Nor was it silent. Voices reached him, though the words themselves were not distinguishable. Jimmie Dale stood for an instant motionless. What did it mean? A mare's nest? A late visitor? Something equally commonplace? The sketch in his pocket reproduced itself in a mental picture before his eyes. The 4 rooms from front to rear each had a door opening into the one next to it, and each had a door opening on this narrow passage here. The room ahead from which the light came was the second one from the front, the room that showed the safe marked on the plan. There had been no light showing as he had come along the lane, of course, because the rooms were on the opposite side of the house, and there were apparently no windows in the hallway here. What did it mean? If nothing had happened, nothing would happen since English Steve was dead. His mind insisted on reiterating that statement. What was it then? An ordinary, perhaps business visitor? Or the aftermath of the robbery in the shape of the presence of the police? He stole forward cautiously, without sound, hugging the wall. The voices grew more distinct. And then, back against the wall, himself unseen, protected both by the angle at which he stood and the angle of the partially open door, he stood staring into the lighted room. Reality. Strange how that thought had obsessed him all night. Well, at least, this wasn't reality, or else his reason was in collapse, his sanity a gibing mockery. The room was evidently used by Max Linesthal as a bedroom, even though he kept his safe there, for the bed was there too, and Max Linesthal in his night clothes sat lashed, a prisoner in a chair. He could understand that, but after that he was either mad or it was all a myth. A man was kneeling at the safe. He knew the man. He knew him quite well. He had even been with him that evening, had even left him not more than half an hour ago. Only he had left the man lying dead upon the floor of a miserable shack with a bullet hole through his right temple. And it was the dead man who was kneeling there now at the safe. The man at the safe was English Steve. Brain and vision now both seemed blurred. Jimmie Dale hung there. He was trying to fight his way out of some mental morass, wasn't he? The man was dead, and he was lying in a pool of blood miles away, and yet he was here, moving, yes, and speaking, just as though he were alive. "Come on now, come across," the man snapped at the bound figure in the chair. "You know what'll happen if you don't. You know me, don't you? You see me often enough around these parts." "Yes, I know you." Max Linesthal was an old man, and it was perhaps only the cords that held him from collapsing in his chair, for his face was death-like in its fear. You're English Steve." "Bull's eye!" snapped the man at the safe again. "Well, that ought to be enough to teach you what's good for your health. You get just 1 minute. Take your choice. If I have to blow the safe, I might as well set you up against it for the pad. Get me? Now then, what's the combination? Quick!" He reached out and gave a sudden, vicious wrench at the leg of the chair. "I'll tell you," the old man cried out hoarsely. "Wait, I'll tell you. It's 28 and a half left. 19." Jimmie Dale was not listening. Was he really mad? Yes, perhaps, but whether the man was dead or not, he was robbing the safe, and he, Jimmie Dale, could do nothing. He was Smarlinghue. To interfere with any crook's work was to bring the enmity of the underworld down upon the offender. It was the law of the underworld. It would destroy Smarlinghue. Better that Linesthal should lose his jewels, 1,000 times better. Smarlinghue was the one chance he, Jimmie Dale, had to find the Phantom, the one chance he had to stand between the woman that he loved and the death that threatened her. With the doors of the underworld once closed against Smarlinghue, there was no. Slowly, as though the act were almost subconscious, his hand crept now toward his pocket, crept into it, snuggled around the butt of his automatic, and, snuggling, tightened suddenly in a fierce, convulsive grip. The safe was open now, and the man kneeling there had his back to Linesthal in the chair, his side faced to the door. He was ransacking the interior of the safe. Books and papers were being flung on the floor. A diamond pendant glistened in the light. It was laid on the table beside the safe. There were other jewels. They began to make a glittering little heap. But it was curious, strangely curious, that the heavy black moustache should suddenly have seemed to sag down at one side. Strange that the man should be taking the time now to pause in his work to twirl at it like some sophisticated dandy. No, it was off, and now the man was carefully readjusting it. Through Jimmie Dale's veins, as though some floodgates were suddenly rent asunder, his blood was racing now in a wild, mad, surging tide. Laroque! It was Gentleman Laroque, alias the Phantom, the master of impersonation. Yes, He understood now. There was no madness in his brain. He understood. It was hellish in its cunning, a devil's alibi. The Phantom, if he were not entirely playing a lone hand through lack of trust in his erstwhile tools and pawns, was at least playing the major role. A safe role. His alibi was a dead man. Swift as lightning flashes, Jimmie Dale's mind worked now. Yes, he understood. It was the Phantom, not the gang, who had murdered English Steve. It was the Phantom, not English Steve, who had taken that clipping from the paper, made that sketch, and placed them in the dead man's pocket. Max Linesthal would be robbed, and would swear that it was English Steve. The Phantom had but a moment gone taken care to make doubly sure of that point. Then English Steve would be found murdered. The police would attribute the murder without an instant's hesitation to the gang who had boasted everywhere that they would take English Steve's life, and to the gang too, having failed to find the jewels elsewhere, would be attributed, even as he, Jimmie Dale, had thought might be the case, the possession of the proceeds of the robbery from Max Linesthal's safe. That was why the robbery was being pulled here now, in so open and bare-faced a manner. Intentionally so, as part of the plan, an integral, vital part of the plan, to establish the alibi that English Steve could never now refute. The room seemed to swim before Jimmie Dale's eyes. Red. Smarlinghue. What did it matter now if Smarlinghue were seen, if Smarlinghue lived or died, so that this inhuman fiend found his end too at the same time? That was what Smarlinghue existed for. The final reckoning, the end. And it was here now. There was the man he had sought through days and nights of ceaseless, torturing effort. The Phantom. Primal, elemental, his soul itself seemed stripped of all else but a blind, savage. What was that? The doorbell, wasn't it? The doorbell in two quick, short rings. Jimmie Dale, about to step forward into the other room, his automatic already flung forward, instinctively held motionless for an instant, and in that instant he saw the Phantom leap to his feet and whirl to the electric light switch just beside the safe. There was a click. The house was in utter blackness. But Jimmie Dale was in action now. A signal, of course, those two rings. Why? From whom? But it didn't matter now. Nothing mattered save to come to grips with the Phantom in there. It was pitch black, but he knew what the other's next move would be as well as though the room were still alight. With a bound, Jimmie Dale was through the doorway and into the room. The table, those jewels, they were what the Phantom had come here for, and signal or no signal, be its meaning what it might, the Phantom would not leave without them if he could help it. Jimmie Dale brought up against the table with a crash. His hand swept swiftly across its top, and as he brushed the jewels to the floor, to safety, a hand, groping it seemed, touched his, and was instantly drawn away before he could grasp it. A snarl came out of the darkness on the other side of the table. A cry of terror rang out from the old man lashed in the chair. And then a blinding flash, the roar of a revolver shot as the Phantom fired and missed. And Jimmie Dale laughed now, laughed with the tongue flame of the shot still hot upon his cheek, and, hurling the table out of the way, he flung himself forward again. He could not see. He could only spring straight for the spot where the shot had come from. He could not fire in return. He might hit the old man in the chair. His fingers closed, gripped at his sleeve, tightened, and his other hand, with clubbed automatic, swung upward in a fierce, short-arm jab. And his soul cried out in joy as he felt the blow go home. There was a sharp cry of pain, then a sudden, furious wrench that tore the sleeve from Jimmie Dale's grasp, and then the sound, deadened now, almost lost in Max Linesthal's terrified cries, of a step racing across the floor. Jimmie Dale's jaws clamped hard together. To use his flashlight was to offer himself as a target that would not be missed a second time. But the man was making for the door, of course. Jimmie Dale leapt back in the darkness across the room. Too late. The door slammed. He heard it locked. He heard the footsteps racing down the little hallway toward the back entrance. But if there was no time to unlock this one, there was still another door, the connecting door from this room into the next, and from there into the hall. His flashlight now. It gleamed as he wrenched it from his pocket and ran to the connecting door. Was this, too, locked? Strange, those scattered jewels on the floor. that uncouth creature in a nightgown lashed in a chair and screaming in fright. He wrenched again at the door. No, it was not locked, but it was badly warped and it stuck. His shoulder, all his body weight went against it. It gave now, almost bursting from its hinges. Jimmie Dale lunged through. It had cost him time enough, he was afraid, to allow the Phantom to get away across the yard and yes, he had gained the rear door himself now. No one was in sight. But it was dark, damnably dark, and what was that noise? It seemed to be a commotion of some sort going on in the street out in front of the house. The neighbours must have heard the old jeweller's screams. He was still screaming. Well, it didn't matter what it was. There was still a chance. The Phantom could not yet be very far away, and he must have gone by the lane. Jimmie Dale was running now. In an instant he had crossed the yard, and then, as he poised to swing himself over the fence, he drew suddenly back instead, and crouched down in the shadows. Someone was climbing over the fence from the lane not 10 yards away from where he stood. A voice, muffled, gruff, reached him. "Look out for that damn nail, sergeant." The police! A form, silhouetted against the night, showed on the top of the fence for a moment, then dropped to the ground. It was followed by another. Jimmie Dale crouched closer in against the fence, in the shadows. He gnawed his lip now in bitter chagrin. He was not afraid of being discovered, it was far too dark for that. But he knew that with this further delay any hope of finding the Phantom again was definitely at an end. The two men were joined by a third. They crossed the yard and disappeared inside the house. Cautiously now, Jimmie Dale moved farther on along the side of the fence away from the house. With the Phantom gone, it became purely a question of self-preservation now. Smarlinghue found here by the police and subjected to a search, held perhaps until the make-up, worn off in a police cell, disclosed Jimmie Dale, was but little more pleasant to contemplate than was the present realisation of the Phantom's escape. Well, it should be safe enough here. He was at the far end of the yard now, and silently, quickly, he swung himself over the fence into the lane. He broke into a run, swerved into an alleyway that crossed the lane some 50 yards farther on, and, following this, finally emerged on a cross street a block away from the old jeweller's house. There was a certain strange, abnormally cold composure upon him now, a sort of philosophical acceptance of the fact that the Phantom had got away. But his mind was probing, sifting, searching for the answer that would explain the direct cause of the Phantom's escape, leaving him, Jimmie Dale, victor only to the extent of having saved for the old jeweller the contents of his safe. Who was it who had given that signal, which, so evidently now, had been a warning that the police were at hand? And how did it happen that the police had known anything about what was going on in Max Linesthal's? It wasn't the shot or Max Linesthal's screams. There hadn't been any disturbance up to the time the doorbell had rung. Jimmie Dale, shuffling along, as Smarlinghue always shuffled, went up the block, turned the corner of the street on which Max Linesthal's house stood, and as though suddenly attracted by the little crowd that had gathered in front of the old jeweller's, made his way forward in that direction. He reached the fringe of the crowd as a man in the uniform of a police lieutenant, jumping from a car, pushed his way unceremoniously through the rather tough-looking aggregation on the sidewalk, and halted before a policeman who stood on duty at the door. Jimmie Dale's eyes narrowed for an instant. That was Klinger, a lieutenant in the precinct. It might be worthwhile. Jimmie Dale, as Smarlinghue, was apparently actuated now by no other motive than an ill-mannered, morbid curiosity that prompted him to secure the best vantage point that he could, for, as he wormed and elbowed his way nearer the lieutenant, his mouth was agape, breathless with interest, in a sort of senile way. He caught the lieutenant's quick-flung question to the officer at the door. "Did you get him, Lynch?" "No, sir," the man answered. "You didn't? How's that? That woman, whoever she was, handed us a fake tip over the phone then?" Smarlinghue's ragged form edged still closer to the two officers, as though his curiosity were now beyond the bounds of restraint, as though he were not only utterly oblivious to, but quite innocent of the impropriety of standing there with blear, blinking eyes and gaping mouth, greedily drinking in a conversation by no means intended for his ears. The woman, whoever she was. It was the Tocsin, then, who had sent the warning to the police. It couldn't have been anyone else. "No, sir," the man addressed as Lynch answered. "It was straight enough, only there was an outside worker on the job, I guess. Anyway, just as we got to the corner over there and started to cross the street, a man ran up to Linesthal's door here, and then beat it like blazes down the street and got away." "Did you get a look at him? Know who he was?" "We aren't sure," Lynch replied, "but O'Grady said he thought it looked like the Kitten." The Kitten! Jimmie Dale was fumbling with his battered hat. The crowd, as it jostled, had suddenly pushed him none too gently against the police lieutenant's elbow. Lieutenant Klinger swung sharply around. "Send this damn mob about their business," he snapped at the policeman. "And maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to run in one or two of them while you're at it. Some of 'em look as though they were due for it." He stared suddenly into Jimmie Dale's face. "You, eh, Smarlinghue? Hop fighting, I suppose. What the hell are you doing around here?" "Me?" Smarlinghue circled his lips with his tongue. I ain't doing nothing," he mumbled, and shrinking back through the crowd, and casting furtive glances over his shoulder in the direction of the police lieutenant while the crowd laughed, Smarlinghue scurried hurriedly down the street. Chapter 17 Chapter 18 of Jimmie Dale and the Phantom Clue by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. The Voice. It was like the glow of a firefly. It flitted here and there, lancing its tiny stabs of light indefatigably through the darkness. From somewhere without, in the distance, muffled, there came faintly the rumbling of wheels, the clatter of a horse's hoofs on the pavement. There was no other sound. Jimmie Dale rose from his hands and knees, and, with the diminutive flashlight switched off now, stood staring around him in the darkness. Under the black silk mask his forehead furrowed. This was one of Mother Margot's rooms, the room from which the Phantom had so mysteriously disappeared on that first night. He had searched here before, more than once, in an effort to discover the secret of the Phantom's disappearance, but he had never found anything. Tonight, because he had never been satisfied with his previous efforts, and because he had now been afforded a better opportunity of searching the place than ever before, he had returned to it again. He had been at it for 2 hours now, and still he had found nothing. Both Mother Margot and the Tocsin had warned him to beware of the place, that it was a trap. Both had warned him that the Phantom asked nothing better than to lure him here. He shook his head. That might well have been true of a month ago, when, in the guise of Isaac Shiftel, alias Gentleman Laroque, the Phantom's unaccountable disappearance from this room before his, Jimmie Dale's, eyes might naturally have been relied upon to bring him back without loss of time in the hope of getting at the bottom of the mystery. But not today. It was too long ago now. If, as a trap, it had not proved effective almost immediately after it was baited, the Phantom, from the standpoint of pure logic, must long since have given over any hope of it ever proving effective as a trap at all. Jimmie Dale smiled grimly. He had, in spite of warnings, invaded the place almost immediately after that night, and he had not been able to find even a trap, let alone the secret of the Phantom's disappearance. Nor was Mother Margot in the secret. He was convinced of that. True, she had been installed here by the Phantom when the latter had been forced to vacate the premises after the police raid, and she had obviously been installed here for the purpose of keeping any stranger from renting the rooms, and therefore, by her occupancy, of safeguarding that secret for the Phantom. But of its nature he was sure she was ignorant. He doubted, indeed, if the Phantom trusted anyone to that extent. But in any case, Mother Margot was away tonight. And so tonight's conditions offered him the opportunity for a search that, prolong it as he chose, was almost guaranteed against any interruption, or, as he felt confident now, any risk of the place proving a trap. Mother Margot was away. He did not know where she was. It did not matter. Presumably there was devil's work afoot again to-night, and she was engaged in her share of it. He only knew that for the first time since she had succeeded the Phantom as the tenant of these rooms, she had absented herself from her usual haunts. As Smarlinghue, who at her request had haunted the dens and dives of the underworld for one English Steve last night, he had been free, without risk of bringing any suspicion upon the character of Smarlinghue, to seek her out openly at her pushcart, which covered her real activities, on Thompson Street that morning. But she had not been there. She had, however, in view of what had transpired the previous night, obviously expected him, for he had found a message waiting for him with an old Italian who had his cart next to hers. "You Smarly?" the old Italian had said. "Margot go away 1-2 day. Come back." Through the darkness Jimmie Dale stared around him, his brows still knitted. The best opportunity he had ever had of searching these rooms had been his to-night, and he had seized it. But was there any use in continuing the search? He had the rest of the night before him, for that matter, if he chose to devote it to that purpose. But was it worth while? He had covered every inch of the floor, every inch of the walls up to a reasonable height, and his search had gone utterly unrewarded. He had been minute, painstaking, exact, thorough to a degree, and he had found nothing. Was there any use in going all over it again? He half turned away toward the door, but halted again. There was a secret here, even if he had never been able to find it. There was a clue here, even if so far it had proved but a phantom clue. That fact would not down. He hesitated an instant, and then, with a shrug of his shoulders, moved softly halfway across the room. Well, once more, then. He began to reconstruct again the scene of that first night, here in this room, the inner one of the two that Mother Margot now occupied. It was exactly here he had stood when Isaac Shiftel, stripped of his disguise, had suddenly turned off the light, and in the ensuing darkness had vanished, as that trite saying had it, into thin air. The man could not have gone by the door, because there was only one door, and he, Jimmie Dale, had been blocking the doorway. Nor could the man have gone by the single window, because at that time the police had been on guard in the alleyway outside. Through the wall or the floor, then? Yes. But how? Where? Neither wall nor floor showed any. Out of the darkness, without warning, there came suddenly a low, ugly laugh. "The Gray Seal," said a voice. In an instant, strained and tense, his automatic whipped from his pocket and outflung before him, Jimmie Dale drew back against the wall. A trap after all, the trap he had so logically proven to have outlived its usefulness. He strained his eyes through the blackness. Nothing. He could see nothing. Nor was there any further sound. A minute passed. Was it a minute, or some vast, immeasurable aeon of time? He stood rigid, motionless, waiting. "Where?" said a voice abruptly. Jimmie Dale turned his head. His automatic swung swiftly. The voice seemed to have come almost from his elbow. Then his jaws locked hard together. No, it was from there. They were playing with him, were they? A cat and mouse game. Well, then he... A voice spoke again. "Worth anywhere from 30 to 50,000. Easy money." Jimmie Dale pushed back his hat, and above his mask flirted away a bead of sweat from his forehead. He understood now. There wasn't anyone in the room save himself. It wasn't a trap. It was only uncanny. He was simply listening to snatches of a conversation that came from the nowhere, out of the darkness. He leaned forward a little, striving to the utmost to place the direction of the sounds. The voices, he realised now, while quite distinct, had been curiously heavy and uneven. He nodded sharply to himself. A pipe, a hollow space, almost anything might act as a conductor for the sound waves and bring them here from no little distance at that. Once more a voice broke through the stillness. "Easy money, yes, but old Twisty Munn's no fool, and neither is Kid Gregg. The stuff will be pinched by now, but we've plenty of time left. Enough to see that there are no mistakes made." Again there came the low, ugly laugh. "There won't be any. 1 o'clock at Twisty's." The voice ended as abruptly as though, if speaking over a telephone, the wire had been suddenly cut. There seemed to Jimmie Dale no other way to describe it. He stared around him in a queer, helpless way. Now the voices had seemed to come from here, now from there. His lips twisted in grim self-mockery. The longer he had listened, the more confusing it had become. The voices simply came from everywhere in the room. Had they ended now? The tiny glow of the flashlight played for an instant on the crystal of his watch. It was 14 minutes past 12. Noiselessly now, Jimmie Dale moved across the room to a chair. The sort of finality with which that last sentence had been broken off held out little hope, he felt intuitively, of his hearing anything more. But there was a chance. He sat down quietly. Strange! Where had the voices come from? From below, above, where? He did not know. He knew only that one of those voices must be the Phantom's. It did not require proof. It was axiomatic. He could not locate the direction from which the voices had come, but the opening through which the Phantom had once vanished from this room was obviously the medium through which the voices entered. How cleverly deduced! He snapped at himself mentally. The only trouble was that after prolonged and laborious search he had not been able to locate that opening either. His fingers played softly in a curiously caressing way over his automatic. It hadn't been any trap. The allusion to the Gray Seal that had so startled him had been only a snatch of the conversation which had at first, through some cause or other that he was unable to define, reached him only in broken fragments. Or perhaps, after all, it was a trap. The other way around. A trap for the trapper. If he could not locate the voices here, it might not possibly be so difficult to do so at, say, one Twisty Munn's at 1 o'clock. He sat there in the darkness, listening, his mind at work. One of the voices had been the Phantom's, that was beyond question or doubt. But which one of the two it was he did not know. He could, he was certain, have recognised Gentleman Laroque's, alias the Phantom's, voice anywhere under ordinary circumstances, but here, due unquestionably to the mysterious way in which the sound waves had been transmitted, all sense of inflection had been lost. Nor did the conversation itself, as he went over it again in his mind, help to differentiate, in that respect, one speaker from the other. Either one of the two, from what had been said, might have been the Phantom. Twisty Munn's at 1 o'clock. He smiled grimly. One of the two voices at least, possibly both of them, would be at Twisty Munn's at 1 o'clock. Well, if nothing further eventuated here, he, too, would be at Twisty Munn's at that hour. His search, the hours he had spent here, had perhaps not been so fruitless after all. It was an even chance at least that, in spite of the continued silence in this room now, he would hear the voice again to-night. And if he did? His face hardened suddenly. Last night he had held the Phantom at his mercy. Last night he could have shot to kill before the man had even been aware of his presence. And last night, because he had failed to realise that it was a thing blood-flecked with murder, a thing that preyed upon every decency in life, and not a human being, the Phantom had escaped. Last night this had happened. There would be no second time. There was another life at stake, hers, the Tocsin's. Last night he had jeopardised that life because he had not fought the Phantom with the Phantom's own weapons, but all that was now at an end. And as he sat there listening, and there was still no further sound, he found himself strangely, abnormally calm, strangely callous even, as though this decision were but commonplace and one of everyday occurrence. He asked now only for one more meeting with the Phantom. Where or how, it did not matter. Just once more. The minutes passed. The tiny flashlight winked again through the darkness and lighted up the dial of Jimmie Dale's watch. It was 25 minutes of 1. Jimmie Dale stood up. There was evidently nothing more to be heard here, or if there was, and he waited any longer, then the chance of hearing anything at Twisty Munn's must go by the board. And as a choice between the two, he very much inclined toward Twisty Munn's now. He moved softly through the connecting doorway, and traversed the adjoining room that opened on the hall. Here the door opened and closed silently behind him, and Jimmie Dale, lost in the darkness of the unlighted hallway, reached the rear door of the tenement and stepped out into a small backyard. A moment more and he was over the fence, and, slipping his mask from his face, was running noiselessly along a lane. 2 blocks away he emerged upon a dingy, ill-lighted and uninviting street. He smiled a little whimsically as he pulled his soft felt hat somewhat rakishly to one side and well down over his eyes, and, hunching the perfectly fitting dinner coat at one of the shoulders, turned up the collar around his neck. True, the costume was hardly de rigueur in the East Side, but he was Jimmie Dale, not Smarlinghue, to-night. He shrugged his shoulders. Well, did it matter? He was not on his way to attend any public function, and as for the streets, there were always the shadows of the buildings to hug a little closer, always a loose, slouching gait to assume. Twisty Munn, Kid Gregg. What was the game these two were playing to-night? He shook his head impatiently. That did not matter either. It mattered only that the Phantom was concerned in their movements. It was common knowledge in the underworld that Twisty Munn was a buyer for a certain class of apparently honest establishments, where, if the alibi were good enough, stolen goods, disguised of course, were offered over the counters to the public at prices well in excess of what could be obtained through the underground channels employed by the regular "fences." It was profitable for all concerned, even taking into account the commission charged by the crafty Twisty Munn, who lived apparently, for the benefit of the police, in a condition approaching almost abject poverty in a squalid, ill-furnished room at the top of a seedy and somewhat questionable tenement over in the direction of the East River. Kid Gregg, less known save by the inner circle of the underworld, which latter had already marked him for preferment, was a young and budding crook, still outside the ken of the police, who showed exceeding promise in the profession he had chosen. In a word, neither of them had ever had any dealings, or were in any way connected with Gentleman Laroque's, alias the Phantom's, gang. Jimmie Dale's dark eyes narrowed grimly as he went along. The conclusion was somewhat obvious. The Phantom was by no means averse to plucking the plums ripened by someone else, and it was fairly evident that in some way or another he had got wind of one that had been ripened by Twisty Munn and Kid Gregg. It looked very much, therefore, as though the night were likely to develop into a 3-cornered game, counting in himself, Jimmie Dale, with the added possibility that the trumps perhaps might be in the hand that neither Twisty Munn nor Kid Gregg in the first place, nor the Phantom in the second, suspected. Jimmie Dale covered block after block at a swinging stride. His mind reverted to Mother Margot's rooms. It was strange where those voices had come from. He could not tear the building down to find out. He had already known there was a secret exit from that room. The voices in that respect had not proved anything further. His mind mulled on. A search of the rooms adjacent to Mother Margot's offered no prospect of help in the solution of the problem. If the room itself, where he knew the secret exit to be, was so apparently search-proof, what better chance would any other room offer? Or why, as a matter of fact, should the secret exit even lead into any other room? Well, the cellar then, for the Phantom could not have gone up through the roof. There was no cellar. The ground floor was a sort of basement in itself. Those voices. Cycles. He was beginning all over again. He shook his head in self-exasperation, and with a mental effort dismissed these thoughts from his mind. He had almost reached his destination, and the immediate present demanded his full attention. Under a street lamp he looked at his watch. 12 minutes to 1. He nodded. He was well on time. Just ahead of him was the 3-story tenement where Twisty Munn made his home. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Jimmie Dale and the Phantom Clue by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Jackals. The street was deserted. The tenement itself was dark. Not a light showed from any window. But Twisty Munn lived in an upstairs room at the rear, therefore the fact that no light could be seen from the street had no bearing whatever on Twisty Munn. Jimmie Dale stepped suddenly into the doorway. The door itself, the entrance common to heaven alone knew how many who hived in wretchedness and squalor within, and to whom a latchkey would have been not far removed from mockery, was unlocked as he had expected. He moved noiselessly into the hall. The place was close and dank to the nostrils. Also it reeked with the odour of garlic. It was dark too, but through the murk he could just make out the stairs ahead of him and to the left. There was a curious tightening of Jimmie Dale's lips as he moved forward and tested the tread of the first stair cautiously. Yes, he knew the breed. Old and in disrepair, the stairs would certainly shriek their protest to high heaven if any liberty were taken with them. But it was Jimmie Dale of the old days, Jimmie Dale of the days of Larry the Bat and the rickety stairs of the old Sanctuary, worse even than these stairs were, where his life had literally depended upon his silence a score of times, as he went upward now. He gained the first landing. There were doors around him here, and, because they were flimsy doors and flimsy partitions, from behind them the night sounds reached him. The restless movement of a sleeper, the sick, querulous cry of a child, a stertorous snore. 12 minutes of 1. 10 now, wasn't it? There were 3 flights. At the third landing Jimmie Dale paused for an instant to adjust the black silk mask over his face again, then stole forward, feeling out with his hand along the wall, toward a thin, irregular thread of light that seeped out from under the ill-fitting threshold of a door at the rear end of the hall. Twisty Munn, at least, was evidently keeping the rendezvous. Faintly, no more than a murmur, voices reached Jimmie Dale from the other side of the door now as he stood before it. And now a picklock in his hand was silently at work. Perhaps half a minute passed. Then, by the barest fraction of an inch at a time, the door knob turned without sound under the slim, trained, sensitive fingers, and the door opened by a crack. The murmur from within became distinct, disintegrated itself into words and sentences. "Sure, the goods is all right, but what about the rest of it? The guys I have to slip these over to ain't takin' chances, not if youse handed 'em the stuff for nothin' and paid them for takin' it." The door opened another crack. Twisty Munn and Kid Gregg. Yes, that was what the voice in Mother Margot's room had said. Jimmie Dale could just see the two. They were at a table in the upper corner of the room. His eyes narrowed. There was what looked like a small fortune in the shape of jewellery on the table between them. Twisty Munn. The stoop-shouldered, almost hunchbacked form of the shabby old man was bent forward over the table, while his thin, hooked fingers clawed at the jewels, picking up one after the other to hold it close to short-sighted, squinting eyes. And opposite him, Kid Gregg, young, in an over-loud checked suit, a peaked cap pulled so low over his forehead as almost to hide the small, roving black eyes, scowled in evident impatience. "Oh, it's sewed up tight," the latter snapped. "Ain't I told youse that?" "Sure, youse told me that," agreed the old man sharply. 2 days ago youse told me youse had it all fixed for tonight, and that everythin' was safe, and that youse'd bring me the sparklers. Well, that's all right, youse've brought 'em, and they're all right, but I ain't heard yet how safe they are, and that's what puts the deal across with the crowd I works for, see?" A cigarette dangled from Kid Gregg's upper lip. With the tip of his tongue he deftly transferred it to the corner of his mouth. "Well then, listen!" he grinned complacently. "Some job, Twisty, and all me own, see? I used to know a guy that worked for old Froomes up on the Avenue, and he was forever shootin' off his face about the sparklers the family wore. Well, a month ago I gets a job there myself, taken on regular. Get me? Polishin' the hardwood floors and keepin' the windows at the mansion washed. Ah, say, it was soft. I hadn't been there a week before I knew where the combination of the safe was kept, in a drawer in the library, right alongside the safe itself. So's Mrs. Froomes wouldn't have to walk far to get it." Kid Gregg chuckled, and, sucking at his cigarette, only to find it out, began to search through his pockets for a match. Jimmie Dale stared. Froomes! It was Martin K. Froomes, of course, the retired broker. He knew Froomes very well indeed, and on several stag occasions had been in Froomes' house. And Froomes knew him, as Jimmie Dale, a fellow member of the St. James Club. So that was where that haul of jewellery on the table there had come from. What was it the voice in Mother Margot's room had said? Anywhere from 30 to 50,000. He could well believe it. Froomes was an exceedingly wealthy man and, besides a wife, had 2 daughters who moved constantly in society. "Go on," prompted Twisty Munn impatiently. "Watch me," boasted Kid Gregg. "I could have made the pinch any time, but then I'd have had to make me getaway and duck outer little old New York. I wasn't for that, not some. I've still got me job polishin' the floors, and to-morrow morning I'll be polishin' 'em the same as though nothin' had happened. See? Some day the bulls may write up me autobiography and keep me photograph handy to look at when they wants to see somethin' handsome, but not if I sees 'em first. Nix on that stuff. So far I'm a nice, quiet, hard-working young man. Get me? Well, there ain't no hurry, and I sits tight, keepin' me lamps open lookin' for goats. And I don't have to wait long, neither. One day I was out on a window sill washin' the window, and I hears the boss in the next room handin' out a Sunday school spiel like he was talkin' to a naughty son. 'From a business standpoint,' says the old man, 'this has nearly lost youse your job here, and no man ever made anything out of himself on that basis. And from a moral standpoint,' he says, 'it's simply the road that leads from bad to worse.'" Jimmie Dale, an ominous droop at the corners of his mouth, dared another half-inch of the door space as Kid Gregg paused for a moment to drag on his cigarette. Was there a wall switch for that single dangling incandescent that lighted the room? Yes, there it was, just inside the door. He could almost have reached in and touched it from where he stood. "Well, that's all I heard," went on Kid Gregg. "But take it from me, I watches to see who comes out of that room. Say, can youse beat it? It's a little red-headed dude named Culver, that's a typewriter or secretary or something like that to the boss. After that, there's nothing to it. Culver's the bird I'm after, and I gets his number for fair. Some high roller with his dinky shirts and his imitation diamond shirt studs. He don't live there with the boss, you understand, but he dresses up every night like he owned a bank, and hits the high spots on the first speed. Youse knows the kind, don't youse?" Twisty Munn was twining the long, bony fingers of his hands in and out of the heap of brooches, pins, rings and pendants in front of him, seemingly fascinated by the fiery little gleams of light that he made to flash from their countless facets. "Up the river," observed Twisty Munn, "there's a whole cageful of 'em birds that dress up all the time, only they don't sport the shirt studs any more. I get youse. What did youse do with Mister Culver?" Kid Gregg indulged in a fresh cigarette. There was a smirk of unabashed conceit upon his face as he blew a smoke ring in the air. "Him? He's down at Hoy Loo's." Twisty Munn leaned suddenly across the table. "What's that?" he demanded tensely. "Hoy Loo's?" "Youse said it," nodded Kid Gregg complacently. "He's gone bye-bye down at Hoy Loo's wid a nice little pipe of coke laid out beside the bunk." Twisty Munn squinted blear eyes at the other. "I don't get youse," he grunted after a moment. "Dat don't stick nothin' on him. I don't get youse." Kid Gregg smiled pityingly. "That's why youse won't never be nothin' more than youse are to-day, Twisty," he murmured. "Just running around and doing the dirty work. It's the bein' that counts." "Youse close your face!" snapped Twisty Munn. "Go on, spill the rest of it." "All right." grinned Kid Gregg. "I fixed it up for tonight, after I tipped off another guy I knows to make up with Culver about a week ago. Me pal plays the game, savvy? He chums up with Culver and promises to show Culver some of the real goods around town. Youse gets it now, don't youse? Tonight the two of them goes to Hoy Loo's, and they starts in with a drink, and Culver gets a pill slipped into his, and then he's laid out peaceful on a bunk, just as though he'd got stewed on too many pipes. Soft, eh? He'll be there tomorrow morning. He don't know who me pal is, because somehow me pal ain't got a good memory even for his own name. And besides, being dolled up for the occasion with a little waxed moustache and a cute little beard, you'd have taken him for a French count. Which he ain't. Well, the bulls get Mr. Culver there in the morning, and Hoy Loo gets a piece of the money you's a going to hand out, 'cause he's got to stand for a police fine." Kid Gregg paused and grinned at Twisty Munn as the latter puckered the leathery skin of his forehead into wrinkles. "Never mind about the bean stuff this time," said Twisty Munn gruffly. "I ain't wise yet, but I'll say it begins to listen good. How do youse hang it on to him?" "The easiest thing youse know," said the Kid cheerfully. "A letter, that's what. There's a letter in the mail now that the police gets in the morning, just about the same time that the family on the Avenue wakes up and throws a fit when they finds the safe open and the sparklers gone. The letter just says that mabbe the police'd like to know that a guy blew into Hung Loo's tonight and got stewed to the eyes hittin' the pipe, and got frisked of a bag full of rings and jewels and stuff by some yeggs that was floating around there, and it's signed 'A Friend.' I guess that's all to the mustard, ain't it? That takes care of the missin' goods. The bulls slip over there, and they find it's me red-headed friend Culver, the typewriter expert for Mr. Froomes, that owns the safe that's been cracked." Twisty Munn blinked. "That's all right," he said judiciously, "but it don't actually prove he pulled the job. If he was frisked, which he wasn't, then—" "Sure he was frisked," said Kid Gregg with a vicious grin. "All this happened before I went up to the nabob's house an hour ago. That was midnight, you understand, and the Froomes bunch was all in bed. I wasn't taking no chances. He was frisked all right." The Kid with studied effect blew another smoke ring in the air. "I frisked him of one of those near diamond shirt studs of his that youse can buy from the hawkers at 3 for a nickel." Enlightenment was dawning on Twisty Munn's wily countenance. "Say that again," he whispered hoarsely. "Sure," said Kid Gregg. "That's what. Do youse know of anything that's easier to lose without youse being wise to it than a shirt stud that falls out when youse are pawing over the stuff in a safe youse cracked? That's where it is now, on the floor up there in the Froomes' library, under some papers that was yanked out of the safe." For a moment Twisty Munn stared at his companion, then his long bony hand shot out across the table. "Youse'll go a long way, Kid. Shake!" he cackled admiringly. "Take it from me, youse will, a long way." "Youse bet your life, and nothing but dust behind me," agreed Kid Gregg boastfully. "Youse said something, Twisty." "S'help me!" gulped Twisty Munn. His fingers clawed the jewels on the table again. "A sweeter hole as ever I seen, and open and shut. Open and shut." He pushed the heap suddenly toward Kid Gregg. "Put 'em back in that little sack," he gloated. "I'll take 'em, Kid. There's big money on this all round." Under his mask a dull red had suffused Jimmie Dale's cheeks. Subconsciously almost his hand had crept into his pocket, and his fingers had closed around the stock of his automatic. It was brutal work, miserable, inhuman work. A shirt stud, 3 for a nickel, and 5, 10, 15 years, the best of a man's life, behind the drear walls and the steel bars of Sing Sing. Was it possible that men like these two lived, festering God's green earth? His automatic came from his pocket. They were stuffing the jewels into a small canvas bag now. Well, the game wasn't finished yet. There was still another hand to play. The little sack would prove a convenient receptacle. It ought not to take but a moment more before all the jewels were inside, and— Jimmie Dale drew suddenly back from the doorway. Had he forgotten? In the natural sweep of anger, in the hot-blooded fury that the scene in there had brought him, had he forgotten those voices in Mother Margot's rooms? What was that now? A creak upon the stairs? Yes, he was sure of it. Another. 1 o'clock. It must be after 1 o'clock. Someone was coming. Every faculty alert, he crouched back now, farther back, away from the door, where he was lost in the darkness of the hall. Yes, there was someone almost at the head of the stairs now, coming stealthily, almost without sound. Only once in a while a faint, protesting squeak from a stair tread that would not be audible inside Twisty Munn's room. Those jewels, Twisty Munn, Kid Gregg, were the lesser issue now. It was the Phantom who had brought him here, the hope that the Phantom would come himself in person. Tense, silent, Jimmie Dale crouched there. The Phantom. If it were the Phantom in any one of the characters that he, Jimmie Dale, could recognize, there would be no failure this time such as there had been last night. Whoever passed from the hall into that room would stand out, if only for an instant, clearly defined in the lighted doorway, and an instant would be enough. A second passed. Still another. A dark form bulked at the head of the stairs. It was joined by another. 2 of them then. And now there was no sound, yet the 2 dark forms there moved. They came on down the hall like queer, wavering, intangible shapes that seemed almost like brain hallucinations in the darkness. Outflung before him, Jimmie Dale's automatic held a bead on the doorway. They had stopped there now, stopped in that thin crack of light that seeped out through the inch of open door that he himself had left. And the face of one came into the light. Bunty Myers. It was not the Phantom, it was Bunty Myers, the Phantom's unholy chief of staff. But both of the men could not be the Phantom. The other. Who was the other? A whisper came. A revolver barrel glinted in the light thread. Jimmie Dale strained forward. The other. Just a glimpse of the man's face. There could be no disguise that would blind his eyes to Gentleman Laroque, the real man, any longer. No disguise, however clever, that could. The door crashed inward, a wave of light flooded out into the hall, and the 2 forms at the door leapt forward into the room. But, for the single instant Jimmie Dale had asked, the light had shone on the second man's face, and upon Jimmie Dale there surged a sense of bitter disappointment that seemed to engulf him, seemed to hold him momentarily stunned. Neither was the second man the Phantom. It was only the Kitten, one of the gang that used to rendezvous in the back upstairs room of Wally Kerrigan's club. The Kitten, who only last night had. Well, he might have known. It was the Phantom's way. It was the Phantom and Bunty Myers he had heard talking. He knew that now. But the Phantom had left the actual work, as he had done a score of times before, to his tools and pawns. His mind seemed strangely numbed. He stared into the room. 2 men had just leaped through that lighted doorway. It was like some scene flashing upon a cinema screen, wasn't it? Shirt studs, 3 for a nickel, and the best of a man's life behind the bars of Sing Sing. He shook himself free as from some clogging mental weight. Yes, that was what it meant, whether Bunty Myers or Kid Gregg came off the victor. And there wasn't any other issue now, because the Phantom wasn't here. He crept forward to the door. Old Twisty Munn was cringing in a corner, twining his claw-like fingers in and out of each other, licking at his lips, his face grey with fear. On the table stood the little canvas bag, tied now with a string at the top, and behind the table Kid Gregg, a cigarette still dangling from his upper lip, had risen from his chair, and was staring with a queer, inane smile into the muzzle of Bunty Myers' revolver a yard or so away. "Put up your hands!" snarled Bunty Myers. "Sure!" smiled Kid Gregg, and, the revolver in his hand, previously hidden by the edge of the table, whipped up the weapon and fired. It was answered by almost simultaneous reports as Bunty Myers and the Kitten fired together. It was answered by a scream of terror from Twisty Munn, and then the crash of the overturned table as Kid Gregg spun half around like a spent top and pitched against it. But Jimmie Dale too was in action now. From the edge of the door jamb his hand shot forward, closed upon the electric light switch, and the room was in darkness. And the next instant he had flung himself forward across the room. The little canvas bag! He had marked the exact spot on the floor where it had fallen from the table. Queer, this scuffling of feet around him, savage oaths, snarls of confusion, doors opening somewhere below in the tenement, the creak of stairs and yes, here it was. His hand closed upon the bag and thrust it into his pocket. He turned and sprang for the doorway again. Something blocked his way, struck at him viciously, clutched at his clothing. He struck back with a short-armed jab, tore himself free, and lunged forward again. A revolver flash lanced through the blackness behind him. Another. Twisty Munn still screamed in terror, and a bedlam seemed loosed now throughout the tenement. But Jimmie Dale had gained the door. He slammed it shut behind him and, springing for the stairs, took them 3 and 4 at a jump. A man holding a candle, peering upward from the landing below, blocked his way for an instant, and went down before Jimmie Dale's rush. 2 more flights to go. Doors opened. Frightened faces were thrust out. There came the cries of children, and then from above the pound of feet, racing as madly as his own down the upper stairs. Jimmie Dale laughed strangely at himself. That would be Bunty Myers and the Kitten, but they mattered nothing now. There had been murder above. Kid Gregg was dead, and their one concern would be to hunt cover without loss of time, because if they were known to Twisty Munn they were in desperate case indeed. He was not concerned with any pursuit from Bunty Myers or the Kitten. It was a question only of what margin he himself had before the uproar here would have brought the police upon the scene. It was the shouts and yells that pursued him from the awakened and terrified occupants of the tenement wherein lay his real source of danger. A minute, that was all he asked. The margin of a minute. He risked a leap of almost half the length of the lower stairs, stumbled at the bottom, recovered himself, jumped for the front door, wrenched it open, and dashed out. The street was still empty. Thank God! He ran like a deer for the corner, gained it, doubled at the next one, and then dropped into a nonchalant walk. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Jimmie Dale and the Phantom Clue by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. At 2:45. He was safe now. He laughed shortly, without mirth. Safe. Yes, for the moment, but the night wasn't ended yet. He laboured under no delusions on that score. The rendezvous at Twisty's, instead of the hoped-for meeting with the Phantom, had left him with the heritage of a little canvas bag whose physical contents became but a handful of miserable, worthless baubles compared with the potentialities it held for a long-term penitentiary sentence for an innocent man. Nothing that had transpired at Twisty Munn's had changed by one iota the vile, low, cunning trap that Kid Gregg had laid for his victim, and had now paid for with his own life. The police would receive the letter. The police would find that shirt stud at the scene of the robbery, find this young fool Culver at Hoy Loo's, and find in Culver's shirt that a stud was missing from amongst its fellows. Jimmie Dale's face darkened now, as he turned at the next street and headed over in the direction of the Bowery. Young fool! Yes, that was it. Why should he take any further risk? He did not know Culver. He knew nothing about Culver, except that he had a red head and was evidently somewhat of a bounder who probably very richly deserved what. No, he knew more than that. He knew that Culver was innocent. And then a smile came to Jimmie Dale's lips, a half whimsical, half troubled smile. Yes, of course, it was inevitable. He knew that. He had known it all along. Why else had he taken the risk of snatching up that little bag in Twisty Munn's room? Well, then? Hoy Loo's? He shook his head. He would find nothing there but a limp, red-headed boy drugged into unconsciousness. He could do nothing with Culver, for, even if he managed to get Culver out of and away from the dope joint, there still remained the one outstanding, damning piece of evidence in the shape of that shirt stud in the library of the Froomes' home. Neither would Culver's removal from Hoy Loo's offset the letter that the police would receive simply because they did not find the boy there, for they would find that Culver had been there and had spent most of the night there. Equally, there were no means of intercepting that letter. There was only one alternative. Jimmie Dale shrugged his shoulders, and again the whimsical smile broke across his lips. It was perhaps a fortunate thing for Culver that he, Jimmie Dale, was not red-headed too. He hurried on now, breaking at times almost into a run. There was only one way, and yes, he saw that way clearly enough now. It remained merely a question of whether by any chance the robbery at the Froomes' mansion would be discovered before he could act. It was not likely, since Kid Gregg had said the household had all retired by midnight. But it nevertheless left the matter of time an unknown factor whose latent possibilities were by no means to be ignored. Well, he would lose no time. Near the Bowery, in an all-night café, he entered the telephone booth. He gave the number of his residence on Riverside Drive, and as he waited for the connection, into his dark eyes, strangely, there crept a softer light. Old Jason would answer the phone. Faithful old Jason, butler to the father, more than butler to the son. Despite injunctions, despite the nights, many and many of them, when he, Jimmie Dale, did not return at all, Jason would even now probably be maintaining his self-appointed vigil in the armchair in the vestibule, waiting for his master Jim, and almost certainly asleep. Jason was an old man, and nature was stronger than the flesh. Well, it was Jason's way, a rather splendid way, a way of great devotion. Strange? No, not strange. It was just Jason. Jason knew perhaps too little or too much. Enough in any case, so that the old man lived in constant anxiety anent the safety of his master Jim, and "Yes, hello, that you, Jason?" said Jimmie Dale quickly. "Yes, sir. Master Jim, sir," the old man answered. "Listen, Jason," said Jimmie Dale. "Rouse up Benson and send him down here with the light car as fast as he can make it. Tell him the Palace. He knows where that is." "Yes, sir, at once," Jason replied, and then, a curious hesitancy, a curious yearning in his voice, "Is there anything else, Master Jim, sir?" "Yes," said Jimmie Dale sharply. "You've been sitting up again, Jason." Jimmie Dale's smile belied the severity of his tone. How many times had he used exactly the same words to Jason, and with probably the same effect? "Go to bed, Jason. Good night." "Yes, sir, Master Jim," said Jason. "Good night, sir." Jimmie Dale hung up the receiver and went out into the street again, making for the Bowery now, and walking in an uptown direction. It would save time to meet Benson by part of the way. By the time he walked to the Palace Saloon, Benson should have about reached there too. He began a mental calculation as he went along. Say, 25 minutes for Benson to get downtown, then another 20 for himself, Jimmie Dale, to reach his objective on Fifth Avenue. Still another 20 for the work there was to do. And yes, that was pretty close figuring, though it gave Benson, who was far safer away from the car and would have to walk, a leeway of 20 minutes. Allow an extra 10 minutes, then, as a factor of safety. That made 75 minutes, an hour and a quarter. He looked at his watch. It was exactly 1:30. That would bring it, then, to 2:45. He nodded. 2:45. He could depend on Benson literally to the extent of his life, and indeed had done so on more than one occasion. Benson as a chauffeur was almost on the same plane with Jason as a butler. As he had remarked many times before, there was perhaps no man in New York who was served as he was, and it was not a service of money. Rare thing? Yes, but it was true. It did exist in the world. Thank God for it. Jimmie Dale walked briskly. He reached the corner in front of the Palace Saloon that he had given his chauffeur as a rendezvous. Benson had not yet arrived. Consulting his watch, Jimmie Dale waited a minute, and then, taking out a little notebook, began to write rapidly under the rays of the street lamp. This, too, would save time, or at least preserve the schedule. It would save the 2 or 3 minutes necessary to give Benson verbal instructions, though he could, of course, have taken Benson along with him in the car, since their roads would lie in the same direction for part of the way. But he had definitely decided against that. If anything went amiss, it would be infinitely better for Benson that there should be no possibility of the two of them having been seen together in the car. He owed that to Benson. It was quite another matter that Benson, obeying orders, should have turned the car over to his employer here, where he had been instructed to do so. He tore the leaf from his notebook and folded it carefully. There was 1 minute left for Benson to make the rendezvous on the timetable set for yes, here he was now. A car drew up at the curb. Benson's clean-cut, strong young face showed in the light as he touched his cap. "Good work, Benson," said Jimmie Dale approvingly. "What time is it?" Benson leaned forward to consult the car's clock. "By your watch, Benson," said Jimmie Dale. He held his own in his hand. Benson looked at his wristwatch. 5 minutes of 2, sir," he said. "Right," said Jimmie Dale. He motioned Benson from the car. "I'll take the car, Benson." And then, as he swung into the driver's seat, he leaned out and handed Benson the folded note. "Follow these instructions to the letter, Benson," he said quietly, "and destroy that note. Good night." The car turned and headed uptown. Jimmie Dale drove fast. The streets were deserted. The minutes passed. 10, 15, 18. He kept glancing at the time, and nodded as he finally parked his car on a side street within half a block of one of the most exclusive residential sections of Fifth Avenue. He had taken 19 minutes from the Palace Saloon. The black silk mask covered his face again as he stole forward now and slipped into an areaway that ran in the rear of the corner house on the avenue. The rest would be slower work. This was Martin K. Froomes' residence. It was moonlight, light enough to see. There was a high fence here that flanked both sides of what was evidently a garage. Jimmie Dale swung himself over the fence and alighted in a small, cement-floored courtyard. He was across this in an instant, and in another was lost in the shadows of a basement entrance. Again the little steel picklock was at work. The door opened and closed, silently. Jimmie Dale stood inside. For a moment he listened, and then the diminutive flashlight in service again, darting its tiny gleams before him, Jimmie Dale moved forward once more and, locating the stairs, began to climb them, and a moment later found himself standing in the main hall of the house. So far all was well. The library now. No, first the telephone. He must make sure that his memory had served him right on that score. He'd been here once or twice before, under quite different auspices, as a guest. The flashlight's ray played down the hall. Yes, it was all right. It was there on a little stand in an alcove near the foot of the central staircase. He could hardly have forgotten that rather unique door, shaped in a half circle, which at will could transform the alcove into a booth. Jimmie Dale turned now. He was not quite so sure of the library, but the impression was strong that it was here at the rear. He tried a door on his right. The dining room. He stepped back then into the hall and opened the door on the opposite side. The flashlight circled the interior, went out, and Jimmie Dale closed the door softly behind him. His lips, beneath the mask, tightened now, as the flashlight, playing again through the darkness, focused on an open safe near the window at the rear of the room, and upon what had evidently been a very large proportion of the contents of the safe, which were now strewn about on the floor in front of it. He stepped forward quickly, and kneeling on the floor, began to search carefully beneath the litter of documents, papers and books. A minute, 2, 3 went by, and then Jimmie Dale stood up again. Between his fingers he held a cheap and tawdry shirt stud. He stood looking at it for a moment, balancing it now in his hand, and a softer light crept into his eyes, and a strange smile tempered the grimness of his tightened lips. No, it wasn't worth much. Just a rhinestone. Just 10 years in the penitentiary, that was all. And then Jimmie Dale shrugged his shoulders. The margin of time was narrowing. He slipped the shirt stud into his pocket and sent the flashlight's ray playing inquisitively around the room. There was still the letter that the police would receive in the morning, and which must be made to disprove even itself, be made to stand out so glaringly as a plant to settle a crime on an innocent man's shoulders that none could mistake it for what it was. And there was only one way to accomplish that. His eyes followed the ray of the flashlight. Yes, that single bracket light over there would do when the time came. He could not afford to be too generous. And now the window. He walked over to it and raised the drawn shade. It looked out on the courtyard. Silently, cautiously, he opened the window wide, 10 feet to the ground. Well, it might be worse. At 2:45, He returned to the centre of the room and consulted his watch. He had not needed all of that extra 10 minutes. He was 4 minutes to the good. He stood there in the darkness. It was very silent in the house, and yet it was strange what queer noises even silence possessed if one listened for them. They began very low and grew louder, but always in a palpitating sort of way, and finally beat with almost thunderous clamour at the eardrums. The flashlight was on the dial of the watch again. 17 minutes to 3. Benson would be at work now. It would take a minute or two, of course. He smiled with grim whimsicality. It always did. He had allowed for that. The flashlight held on the dial of the watch and suddenly went out. 2:45. Faintly, from the front of the house, the telephone rang, and Jimmie Dale was in action. The side light went on, filling the room with a soft mellow glow. He stepped silently to the closed door and with his ear to the panel listened. The telephone rang again, and still again. And then, barely audible on the thickly carpeted stairs, he caught the sound of a footstep descending. And presently Jimmie Dale's lips twisted again in a grim smile. He could not hear, he did not have the receiver at his ear, but it was Benson speaking from a slot booth in the Grand Central Station where, though they might eventually trace the call, they would never trace Benson. It was Benson speaking, but the words were his, Jimmie Dale's. "I don't want to appear in this, so never mind who I am. I couldn't find a phone any nearer, so it's about 10 minutes ago that I saw a man climb over your back fence and steal into your house. I guess if you've got such a thing as a safe there, you'll know where to find him. And if you're quiet enough about it, you ought to get him yet." That was what Benson was saying. It was quite all right. The call would be traced, but it would hold water. The Grand Central was just about within the 10 minutes range of the Froomes' residence. Jimmie Dale's ear was still pressed against the door panel. The footstep was mounting the stairs now, but evidently with extreme caution, for Jimmie Dale could scarcely catch a sound. It was probably the butler. Reinforcements. He would return with Mr. Froomes perhaps, and an added footman or two. A minute. 2. The cautious tread was coming down the stairs again. Jimmie Dale retreated across the room to the open door of the safe. He crouched there, tense, his muscles rigid. In his hand now he held the little canvas sack of jewels, the string at the top untied. They were almost at the door there. And now the door burst open. With a well-simulated startled cry of alarm, Jimmie Dale jumped to the window side of the safe, and as he jumped he allowed his arm apparently to hit sharply against the top of the safe door and knock the canvas bag from his grasp, strewing the floor with a sparkling heap of gems. He was darting for the window now. A voice roared out to him to halt. Froomes! Froomes himself in dressing gown, and behind Froomes 2 other men. And for a bare instant Jimmie Dale faced them. Then he vaulted for the window sill. They had seen him, hadn't they? Quite plainly. Seen that he wasn't Culver. "Stop! Stop, or I'll fire!" Froomes yelled out. But Jimmie Dale was astride the window sill now, and a vivid flash like a fork of lightning seemed to leap toward him to sting and blister and bring him agony, and the room seemed to swirl and be full of deafening, racketing reports. He dropped to the ground outside, staggered, steadied himself, leapt across the courtyard, and swung the fence as a fusillade of shots followed him from the window. He was racing along the areaway now. Another instant and he had flung himself into his car. It shot forward with a bound. He whipped off his mask as he bent over the wheel. He was gnawing at his lips now until the blood came. The car swung the corner and tore uptown. But it wouldn't steer properly. It swayed from side to side. No, it wasn't the car. It was himself. Something in his side tortured him, and something hot, sticky hot, was running down his leg. His head swam. Nausea strove to set its grip upon him. He fought it off. He'd been hit, of course, but it wasn't far to go. Not far to go. Not far to go. And queer sing-song brain. What was the matter? Everything was all right, wasn't it? They had seen the man who had tried to rob the safe and had left the jewels on the floor, hadn't they? And they knew it wasn't Culver because it was extremely funny, wasn't it? Because Culver had a red head. giddiness, nausea, hot and cold flashes. Jimmie Dale fought frantically for his senses. He drove, clinging to the wheel. It wasn't far. There wasn't any pursuit. They'd never find him if he could hold out just a little longer. A sort of mental fog settled upon him that blotted out time and distance, and the action was purely mechanical, and then he found himself staggering up the steps of his home on Riverside Drive. And at the top of the steps the door opened. He brushed his hand across his eyes. That was Jason, wasn't it? Jason had been sitting up again. "Go to bed, Jason," said Jimmie Dale severely. The old man's face was ashen. "My God, Master Jim, sir, what's the matter?" he cried out wildly. Jimmie Dale lunged through the doorway. "Nothing," said Jimmie Dale. I was just looking for a shirt stud. You know the kind, Jason. 3 for a nickel and—" Jimmie Dale pitched forward, unconscious, to the floor. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Jimmie Dale and the Phantom Clue by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. The Call of the Night. A night light on the stand beside the bed glowed dimly, throwing curious little shadowy patterns on walls and ceilings. Jimmie Dale turned restlessly in the bed. His hand stole beneath his pajamas and mechanically, in a sort of tentative way, felt over his tightly bandaged side. There was a nervous disquiet upon him, growing with the minutes, obsessing him. He reached out to the bed table for his watch. 9:30. For a moment he lay still, tracing with his eyes the shadow's fanciful shapes on the ceiling, and then suddenly he flung the covers from him, got out of bed, snatched up a dressing gown, and crossed the room to an easy chair by the window. He sat down and stared out into the night. Rest. Quiet. He could no longer rest, because his mind would no longer remain quiet, but ground on and on like the turning of a mill wheel that never ceased. The first night, when he had been wounded and the loss of blood had weakened him, yes, but not now. Thank God he had regained consciousness in time that night to prevent Jason telephoning for a doctor. With the papers full of the burglar in evening clothes who was believed to have been hit by a shot as he had leapt through the library window of the Froomes' mansion on Fifth Avenue, it would have been perhaps a little awkward for Jimmie Dale to explain a bullet wound in his side even to a trusted physician. It had been only a flesh wound. Jason and Benson between them had done famously with him here at home. It was healing now. That was 3 nights ago. It was still sore and stiff. He gritted his teeth as a twinge of pain caught him suddenly, but it was healing nicely. He had not stayed in bed any more than he could help after the first day, when he could elude Jason's watchfulness. He had been afraid of that, more afraid of doing that than of the wound itself. One got weak staying in bed. One's legs needed exercise, and there had been the combined lengths of the dressing room and bedroom for surreptitious constitutionals. Well, he had been well repaid for the wound, not merely in the sense that young Culver was probably walking the streets tonight a free man, but in the sense that there had come into his hands another clue, another instrument through which his chances of running the Phantom to earth became at once now definite, tangible and concrete. Bunty Myers, the rat-faced underling, the chief tool of the Phantom. It was Bunty Myers who had been talking to the Phantom that night when he, Jimmie Dale, had heard those voices which had seemed to come out of the nowhere in Mother Margot's room. Therefore Bunty Myers knew where that conversation had taken place, and therefore, whether the man himself realised the full significance of it or not, Bunty Myers held the secret of the Phantom clue to the lair where his master hatched his devil's work. Jimmie Dale nodded to himself. It was a decided, even drastic change from the Phantom's accustomed line of action. From the time the Phantom had physically disappeared as Gentleman Laroque, the man had drawn a veil of secrecy and seclusion about himself that had rarely been broken, certainly never to the extent of admitting anyone into the secret of his actual retreat before. True, he had many domiciles, many aliases. That was why the Tocsin had first called him the Phantom. But this was the centre of the web, the one place that he, Jimmie Dale, had sought and struggled vainly with every resource at his command to find. And now Bunty Myers had been admitted, if not into the secret itself, at least into the precincts of the hidden refuge. Why? Did it evidence weakness? The first cracking of the line of defence? It was certain that the Phantom's ranks had become sadly thinned. Little Sweeney, perhaps the most versatile and cunning of the Phantom's satellites, was dead, and 2 out of the 4 trusted pawns who had had their rendezvous in the back upstairs room at Wally Kerrigan's club, Spud McGuire and Muller, were dead. The percentage was very heavy. There remained only Bunty Myers, the Kitten, and Mother Margot. The circle was narrowing. Was that why, where previously Mother Margot had always been called from the pushcart on Thompson Street to the telephone in the rear of that malodorous little second-hand store to act as the mouthpiece of the Voice, where previously all communications had passed through her, the Phantom had now changed his tactics and admitted his tools to personal interviews? A frown, half of perplexity, half of annoyance, gathered on Jimmie Dale's forehead. This might or might not be the reason. Very much more likely not. He had forgotten for the moment that Mother Margot had been away that night. He brushed his hand across his eyes, as he winced suddenly again with pain. He wondered if Mother Margot were back yet. That was a curious telephone booth at the back of the second-hand store where she received her messages. A side door that opened on the lane, and the booth in a sort of back storeroom. He had, of course, investigated the place almost immediately after that night at Mrs. Kinsey's, when Mother Margot had imparted her unwilling information about it, and the result of that investigation had been to make it plain that the telephone itself was purely a part, just as Mother Margot's rooms were, of the Phantom's equipment, and that Mezzo himself, who was a doddering, almost senile old man, was not even a pawn, merely a convenience. The old Italian, whose hearing was probably just good enough and no more to distinguish the ringing of the bell, whose trade was among a clientele far removed from such luxuries, could have no possible use for a telephone, let alone one in a booth, and less possible excuse for the expense that one involved. He was simply paid to keep it there. That was obvious. Well, it had served still another purpose, since he, Jimmie Dale, had not infrequently used it himself. The Phantom was not the only one who called Mother Margot to the phone, or the only one to whom the old hag paid allegiance. He smiled grimly. Perhaps he counted too much on that, because he, Jimmie Dale, as the Gray Seal, had once caught Mother Margot in the act of double-crossing her own pals. It was no guarantee that, though he might hold her in a sort of allegiance therefrom, she would be above double-crossing him too. He shook his head. No, he had watched her too closely. He was not prepared to say what she might do if she got the chance, but so far he was satisfied that she had played straight with him. Only, so far, the little information she had had to give had not brought him much nearer to his goal. His mind reverted to Bunty Myers. Bunty Myers had come out of the affair that night at Twisty Munn's when he had shot Kid Gregg without a breath of suspicion attaching to him. Again Jimmie Dale smiled grimly. He remembered that, as he had run down the stairs with the awakened tenement howling about his ears, the thought had flashed through his mind that if Twisty Munn had recognised Bunty Myers, the latter would have the police dragnet sweeping the city, yes, and the country, for him, and he would be hard put to it to find cover. But, as it had turned out, whether Twisty Munn had really recognised Bunty Myers or not, Twisty Munn had remained silent on the subject. Yesterday's papers had been full of the affair. Twisty Munn was by nature an ingenious and versatile liar, and he had run true to form. Himself in the very act of receiving the stolen contents of Martin K. Froome's safe when the shooting occurred, Twisty Munn had, of course, as an incentive for remaining silent, the undesirability of implicating himself in a criminal transaction, and again, he might not actually have known who Bunty Myers was, or, if he had, the fear of reprisals if he snitched might also very logically account for his reticence. Twisty Munn, so Twisty Munn swore, knew absolutely nothing about the matter, except that he and Kid Gregg had been sitting in his room talking when the door had burst open and a couple of men he had never seen before had entered. Kid Gregg had jumped to his feet and pulled his gun, and just as he fired, one of the others had dropped him. He, Twisty Munn, didn't know what it was all about, so help him God. But he had a hunch it was a personal row between Kid Gregg and one of the other men over some mole or other. Quite so. Into Jimmie Dale's dark eyes there came an ironical gleam. There was nothing to disprove it. Twisty Munn's story fitted into the balance of the night as perfectly as though it were the truth. Well, that left Bunty Myers free. That was what counted. It would be easier to find Bunty Myers now than if he had taken to cover from the police. And it was Bunty Myers that he, Jimmie Dale, wanted now. And then Jimmie Dale shook his head again, in sudden irritation now. Had he forgotten, too, that since the night Little Sweeney had masqueraded as Isaac Shiftel and paid for it with his life, Bunty Myers had already sought cover, perhaps more as a precautionary measure than because he was actually wanted for that affair, but nevertheless had completely forsaken his usual haunts? And had he also forgotten a night not long ago when, as Smarlinghue, he had searched vainly through the length and breadth and in the most hidden places of the underworld for the man? He had wanted Bunty Myers then, hadn't he? And he had not found him. The strong, square jaws locked with a snap. Yes, that was true, but he wanted the man more now, wanted him vitally. He would find him, that was all. And then what? Jimmie Dale's laugh, short, hard, mirthless, rang low through the room. And then what? The answer to that was simple. The buttons were off the foils. What Bunty Myers knew he would be made to tell. Bunty Myers wasn't tired of life, and if he found himself cornered by, say, the Gray Seal, and given the choice of telling where he had had that conversation with the Phantom, or of paying the price of silence with his life, there was very little question as to what the man would do, for out of his own experience Bunty Myers would not credit the Gray Seal with trifling. Nor would there be any trifling. The knowledge Bunty Myers now possessed meant that the Phantom at last could be trapped. It meant that at last her life, the Tocsin's, could be made safe. That the nightmare of horror which must even now be turning her soul sick within her could be brought to an end. That sunshine could come, and love, and the joy of living could be hers once more, and... With a low cry, Jimmie Dale leaned suddenly with his elbows on the window sill, staring out into the blackness of the night. It seemed to be beckoning, calling to him. She was out there somewhere. Was she? Was he even certain that she was still alive? Something cold, an icy grip, seemed to clutch at his heart. Since the night at Miser's Cross, true to her stated determination to keep him out of the shadows, as she called them, that enveloped her, that held her life in peril, he had had no word from her. Jimmie Dale was gnawing at his lips now. His arms fell from the window sill, and his hands clenched at his sides. She had simply kept her word. That was what she had said she would do. Why then this sudden access that verged on panic? He laughed out shortly again. It wasn't sudden. It wasn't a new face. It hadn't just at this moment germinated in his brain. It was what had been growing there ever since he had lain wounded in bed. It was the seed of that constant disquiet and restlessness that was culminating now in... what? He was on his feet, and now he began to pace the room. To protect her life she had arrayed herself against the merciless cunning of the Phantom. Not a man, a monster. There was no middle course between them. There was but one end. One of the two must fall. And the Phantom was still safe, still secure, still at his hell-born deviltries. And she? A bead of moisture oozed out on Jimmie Dale's forehead. He flirted it away with a sweep of his hand. It meant little that her silence was exactly in accordance with what she herself had stated was her proposed line of action. There was something that meant infinitely more. She might propose, but immeasurably true was the trite old saying applied to her that she could not always dispose. He, as Smarlinghue, as the Gray Seal, excluded from working in conjunction with her, had worked nevertheless in the days and weeks that were gone with identically the same end in view as she, working independently, had had the unearthing of the Phantom. Why had their paths then, in spite of herself, not crossed since that night in Miser Scroff's room, save perhaps on one occasion when he had presumed that the tip to the police in reference to the jewel robbery at Linestall's had come from her? He had been in touch with the Phantom's criminal efforts since then, and if she was still free, still alive, and making progress in her fight, how was it that she and he had not inevitably been brought into contact with each other? His hands clenched tighter. And there was more even than that, one outstanding brutal thing, ugly in its promise, that brought him a deadly fear. She had made progress while she had been mistress of her actions. She had said so in her notes up to the time when those notes had ceased. Her appearance at Miser Scroff's that night had proved that she had penetrated the Phantom's outer defences, and had had a certain foreknowledge of the man's proposed coups. Therefore the presumption was that, had all still been well with her, she would have had knowledge of what had happened 3 nights ago, and she would have known that he, Jimmie Dale, had been shot. His brain seemed to whirl, the blood to pound in hammer beats at his temples. Not a sign had come from her, not a word over the telephone, not a message of any kind, direct or indirect. His mind, his soul, seemed to falter now before the ugly deduction that flung itself pitilessly at him. She loved him as he loved her, he knew that. She loved him with a love so great and unselfish that daily, hourly, she had faced alone the peril that menaced her, so that he might not also be in danger, so that he might be sheltered from it. Would she then, if she knew he had been shot, and if she were able, even with her last effort to communicate with him, have remained silent, made no attempt to discover how serious was his condition, or whether indeed he were alive or dead? Alive or dead. The phrase battered at his brain. It applied to her. White-faced, he stood at the window again and stared out into the darkness. It was black. How black it was. And she was out there in the night somewhere. Somewhere. Alive or dead. Inactive. His wound as an excuse. He swore savagely now in his emotion. What was he? A weakling? Too long he had stayed here now inactive when she was out there somewhere, perhaps dead. Something caught in his throat. His hands raised above his head and clenched until under the tightened skin the knuckles showed like knobs, bloodless, white. If she were dead. He laughed. It was a merciless sound. He swung from the window and went into the dressing room. He began to dress. How should he dress? Tweeds or dinner clothes? That sounded queer, as though his brain were unhinged. He wasn't going to a party. Foolish word, that. Party. He began to get into his dinner clothes. He knew what he was doing now. There had been what Jason would have called a rush of blood to the head for an instant, blurring him a bit, as it were. His sight wasn't so bad, a twinge or two, nothing to speak of. There was something else out there in the night, a clue to pick up somewhere. He didn't know how or where. It might be a Smarlinghue, somewhere in one of the hidden sinkholes of the underworld, that he would pick up the trail of Bunty Myers, or Bunty Myers' pal, the Kitten. Or if Mother Margot were back. Well, it was as a man in a dinner coat and masked that Mother Margot knew the Gray Seal. He was dressing for Mother Margot. Quite the thing, wasn't it, to dress for the ladies? Damn it! He must hold himself in. He stepped to the liquor stand and poured himself out a little brandy, and drank it. He responded instantly to the stimulant. It steadied him. Over his underclothes he strapped on the leather girdle with its kit of blued-steel implements nestling in little upright pockets, and where nestled too the thin metal case that contained the diamond-shaped grey paper adhesive seals, the insignia of the Gray Seal. He put on his shirt, his waistcoat and jacket, and into the side pocket of his jacket he slipped his automatic. He was dressed now. He stared at himself in the glass. Jason would have to be told. It wasn't fair to the faithful old man to slip out without a word. Jason would be mad with anxiety if he found him gone. Jimmie Dale rang the bell. The reflection in the mirror returned him a twisted contortion of the lips. The damned thing was trying to ape his smile, wasn't it? It looked like a death's head, gaunt and pasty white, with lines like an old man's. Well, what of it? He felt all right, except that the bandage was infernally tight. A knock sounded at the door. "Come in," said Jimmie Dale. Jason's white head appeared in the doorway, and then the door was shut with nervous haste, and the old butler came hurriedly forward across the room. "Master Jim, sir," he gasped. "Master Jim, what are you doing, sir?" Jimmie Dale smiled. "I'm going out, Jason," he said. The old man cast an anxiously suspicious glance at his master. "Yes, of course, Master Jim, sir," he said soothingly. "But the exertion of dressing, sir, if you'll just sit down for a little while now, Master Jim, then by and by—" "Jason," said Jimmie Dale whimsically, "you couldn't be a fraud even in a minor degree. You're too transparent. I'm quite myself. I'm not in delirium. I'm simply going out." The old man's face grew a little white. "You can't mean it, Master Jim," he faltered. "In the state you're in, sir, it's likely to cost you your life to go out." "It's likely to cost me more than that to stay in," said Jimmie Dale quietly. The old man twisted his hands together. He coughed in a sort of helpless way. "I'm an old man, Master Jim, sir." The tears were welling into Jason's eyes. "And you'll pardon me, Master Jim, for taking liberties, but when you were a baby I dandled you, Master Jim, on my knee, and I know there's something strange and danger that's come into your life, and it isn't my place to ask what it is, but for God's sake, Master Jim, sir, don't you go out until you're well enough." Jimmie Dale stepped toward the old man and laid both hands on the other's shoulders gently. "Jason," he said steadily, "get me an overcoat, lightweight, dark collar, and a slouch hat. Tell Benson I'm waiting for him, and to pamper my infirmities we'll take the limousine tonight." He turned Jason around and pushed the old man quietly toward the door. "Look sharp, please, Jason," he said. The door closed behind the old butler. For an instant Jimmie Dale stood staring at the door, his face softened, almost a mistiness in the dark, steady eyes. Then he turned abruptly to the liquor stand again. "I guess perhaps I'll need it," he muttered. He took out a small silver flask, filled it with brandy, and slipped it into his pocket. He went out then, closing the door behind him. As he descended the stairs he caught the sound of the car on the driveway, coming from the garage at the rear of the house. That was Benson. Another Jason. He felt suddenly humbled. Benson young, Jason old, at the extremes of life, and each without an instant's hesitation would give their all for him. It was a strange, strange thing, the love of men one for another, the love of these two for him. He had accepted it all too matter-of-factly perhaps in the past, not stopping to appraise it always for its immeasurable worth, or, when he thought of it, perhaps priding himself on it only as a possession that other men did not have, like a suit of clothes perhaps made by an exclusive tailor where the same pattern was not supplied to anyone else. He did not know how he had won it. He took his coat and hat from Jason in the hallway. The old man's lips were twitching. "God bless you, Jason," said Jimmie Dale suddenly, and swung through the door. At the curb Benson, the chauffeur, touched his cap as he reached out to open the door of the big closed car, then hesitated. "You'll excuse me, Mr. Dale," he stammered, but I—" Jimmie Dale smiled. "It's a wonderful night, isn't it, Benson, for a drive?" he said. "West Broadway, Benson. And, oh yes, stop anywhere within a block of Thompson Street." "Yes, sir," said Benson mechanically, and opened the door. Jimmie Dale stepped into the car. The door closed. He saw Benson, in the act of swinging into his seat, turn and face for an instant the open doorway of the lighted vestibule where Jason stood. Benson's shoulders lifted in a helpless gesture. "What the hell can I do?" said Benson's shoulders, eloquently. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Jimmie Dale and the Phantom Clue by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. A tapped wire. Jimmie Dale settled back in his seat. The car moved swiftly, smoothly downtown. It wasn't so bad, not so very much worse than being in bed. It was quite all right. He stared out of the windows. He had no plans, no definite plans. How could he have? Somewhere, somehow, he must pick up the trail of the Phantom's associates. That was all. And Mother Margot offered by far the best and surest way, if she were back. Obviously, therefore, the first move was to find out if Mother Margot had returned, and he would know that in a few minutes now. And if she were still away? His lips tightened grimly. The Sanctuary, Smarlinghue, a spectre haunting the Bad Lands through the night, perhaps hopelessly. He had done that on so many nights before. What other way was there to find Bunty Myers? He lighted a cigarette. Occasionally he shifted his position. He told himself that it was only because the bandage was so tight that he was beginning to experience a little discomfort. The car circled around Washington Square and made its way into West Broadway. Presently it stopped. Jimmie Dale got out. "Wait half an hour for me, Benson," he said quietly. "No more. If I'm not here by then, take the car back home." He did not wait for a reply. Half a block ahead was Thompson Street. He started toward it. His coat was tightly buttoned around his throat, his collar turned up, his slouch hat pulled toughly down over his eyes. He swung around the corner, walking with his hands in his pockets. The narrow street seethed with its usual night life. Half-naked children tumbled in the gutters and played beneath the wheels of the pushcarts that flanked the sidewalks on both sides of the road. Banjo torches spluttered and flung out fantastic flares. Shawled women, dark, swarthy, elbowed about the carts. Men who wore earrings and chattered in strange tongues lounged on the sidewalk or jostled their way along in a sort of aimless fashion. The place was a din, a hubbub. The hawkers cried their wares. Jimmie Dale made his way along with studied carelessness, and suddenly, nodding sharply to himself in satisfaction, he edged out to the curb. Mother Margot was back. True, the old hag herself was nowhere in sight, but this was her pushcart here, laden with its miscellany of small articles like the notion counter of a department store. He picked up a cheap, gaudy coloured kerchief and pretended to examine it. At the next cart was the old Italian whom he, Jimmie Dale, as Smarlinghue then, had accosted 3 days before when, as now, he had been in search of Mother Margot. "How much?" he demanded, holding up the kerchief. The Italian shrugged his shoulders. "Wait a minute," he said. "She just gone the telephone. She come right back." Jimmie Dale put down the kerchief. "I don't want it bad enough to wait," he said indifferently, and drew back into the throng on the sidewalk. But the next instant he had sidled out of the crowd again into a dark, narrow and dirty little alleyway that made the side of an equally dirty and uninviting second-hand shop on whose unwashed window painted letters that had once been white announced that its proprietor was one Antonio Mezzo. The telephone. Luck. He felt his pulses quicken. There were only 2 persons who ever called Mother Margot to this telephone here, himself and the Phantom. His fingers had crept to a pocket in the leather girdle. They came out with his mask. He slipped it quickly over his face. Mother Margot would have news to-night then. He was at the side door now. It was slightly ajar, and, yes, he could just catch the old hag's miserable jargon, the shrill, complaining voice, muffled, of course, by the telephone booth itself that stood just within beside the door. "I can't hear youse. The buzzin's got me feazed." Jimmie Dale's lips straightened suddenly. It wasn't Mother Margot he wanted to hear. Why trust her? He had never caught her at the phone before. He could make her talk, but he had no guarantee that it would be the whole truth. He pushed the door open softly and stepped inside. There was a dim light coming from a blackened, nearly burned out incandescent that dangled from the ceiling. The back room here, littered with old junk and broken furniture, was cut off from the front by a closed door. Being inside the booth, she had not seen him. She was still reiterating the fact that she could not hear distinctly. Jimmie Dale crept a step forward, another. Then, with a swift movement, he jerked the door of the booth open and, leaning forward, clapped his hand firmly over the mouthpiece of the telephone. There was a startled cry from the old hag, as she shrank back. The side of the booth creaked with her weight. "My God!" she whispered wildly. The Gray Seal!" "Yes," said Jimmie Dale grimly. "Give me that receiver, quick. You answer as I tell you." He put the receiver to his ear. "What's the matter?" demanded a voice imperatively. "What's that noise?" "Tell him it's Mezzo moving some furniture about," ordered Jimmie Dale swiftly. He took his hand from the transmitter. "It's the old Dago shoving some of his junk around," said Mother Margot into the phone. Again Jimmie Dale's hand closed over the transmitter. "All right," snapped the voice. "Can you hear now?" "Tell him you can hear now," breathed Jimmie Dale. "Sure," obeyed Mother Margot. "Sure, I gets youse now." "Go to the crescent as I told you then," said the voice, "and give Curly this message. The black box. Sadie Foy's at 11 o'clock. Understand?" Jimmie Dale nudged Mother Margot significantly as he nodded his head affirmatively, and again removed his hand from the phone. "Sure," said Mother Margot. "Hurry," said the voice curtly. The receiver at the other end of the wire was hung up. "Let's get out of here," said Jimmie Dale coolly. Mother Margot stumbled out of the booth. She was twisting her hands together, casting frightened, hurried glances toward the closed door that led into the second-hand shop in front, glancing furtively, too, at Jimmie Dale from under her hooded shawl. "My God!" she mumbled thickly. "My God!" Outside in the lane, the side door closed, Jimmie Dale drew the old woman against the wall of the building, and for a moment stood staring at her speculatively in the darkness. Suddenly she reached out and clawed at his sleeve. "What youse going to do?" she whispered wildly. "My God! The Gray Seal! What youse going to do?" Jimmie Dale ignored her question. He spoke sharply. "So Curly down at the Crescent Saloon is one of the gang too, is he?" he demanded. "No, he ain't." She shook her head vehemently. "Not the way youse means, he ain't." "I suppose that is why a message is sent to him then," observed Jimmie Dale caustically. "He gets a lot of 'em," she said quickly, "but he don't know what any of 'em means, and he don't know where any of 'em goes to. I watched him once. Someone calls him up on the phone, and he just says the message over, that's all." "Quite so," said Jimmie Dale softly. "But in that case, did it ever strike you that the Voice, as you call him, would save quite a little time, to say nothing of making you trudge around town by phoning Curly direct?" Mother Margot was twisting her hands again. "Youse don't believe me!" she cried out hoarsely. "Youse think I'm stringing youse. I ain't. Honest to God, I ain't. I'm handing youse the straight goods. That's why no one gets next to the Voice unless he wants 'em to. The trail's gummed up, see? He don't trust no one. He was getting leery of me. That's why he sent me away, see? There's been a lot of leaks. He sent me away for 3 days on a fake lay. And when I was away, one of his games gets a hole all bust in it again, and I guess it was youse did it. So he's sure it ain't me that's spilling any of the beans. Youse see, don't youse? Say, for God's sake, youse see, don't youse, that I ain't stringing youse?" The old hag's voice was full of nervous anxiety. She kept wringing her hands together. Jimmie Dale nodded. She was undoubtedly telling the truth. He could quite understand now why she had been away, and could understand, perhaps better than she could, the Phantom's dire need of looking to his fences. "But the phone?" he suggested. "Well, that's the answer, ain't it?" she said. "It ain't so much of a trick to trace a telephone call, is it? Not if the dicks want to do it. That's why he don't telephone that sort of stuff nowhere except here, and not to nobody except me. And if he was wise to what happened in there just now, he'd my God, youse know what he'd do." Say, youse ain't going to stop me, are youse? Youse are going to tell me what that message is, ain't youse, and let me put it across?" She was clawing pitifully, frantically at Jimmie Dale's sleeve again. "If youse don't, and I don't give Curly that message, they'll kill me. Mabbe youse got away with it being the Dago bumping furniture that made the row in the booth. But if the message don't go, that don't go neither, and they'll slit me throat. Aw, for Gawd's sake, youse knows that. That's what they'll do." It was literally true. The failure of Mother Margot to deliver the message was exactly equivalent to her death sentence. Jimmie Dale's lips were a straight line. There was no quibbling on that point. The Phantom's trade was murder. He would strike without an instant's hesitation at the slightest indication that the old hag had played him false. On the other hand, if he, Jimmie Dale, allowed Mother Margot to deliver the message, he delivered himself without reservation into her hands. Either that, or go back home to bed and leave Sadie Foy's alone. But again, if the message were delivered, it promised almost to a certainty that at Sadie Foy's he would pick up the trail that he'd come out tonight to find. The Crescent Saloon and Curly did not interest him. That was only a relaying station. The rendezvous was at Sadie Foy's. Suppose he refused to give Mother Margot the message? Would it stop the projected devilry that was obviously afoot? And on that basis alone ought he to refuse? If he did, it would cost the woman her life. There was no supposition about that. That was fact. He couldn't do that, could he? And yet, since he must then assume the moral responsibility, and if for no other reason than that, play a hand at Sadie Foy's, his own life very probably hung on whether Mother Margot would keep faith with him or not. "They'll kill me," Mother Margot whispered hoarsely. She pulled at his sleeve, clung to it. She was rocking queerly on her feet. "Yes," said Jimmie Dale calmly. "They'd kill you, and they would equally kill me if, once out of my sight, you added to the message the information that I was in this game again tonight. And so you see it's a case of you being killed to a certainty, or the chance, depending on you, of the same thing happening to me." He smiled suddenly, whimsically. "I haven't very much choice, have I? I can't send you to your death. The message? Oh yes, it's this. The black box, Sadie Foy's at 11 o'clock, that's all." She drew in her breath suddenly. "My God, youse are right," she said in a low, catchy way. "I get youse. Youse are going to be at Sadie Foy's, and youse are taking the chance of me splitting on youse. Well, youse needn't worry, and I'll tell youse why. I ain't forgot the night at Pedler Joe's. Youse made me go there, I knows, but youse risked your life to get me out of it, and I ain't forgot." "I've wondered about that," said Jimmie Dale, half to himself. Then, briskly, "Do you know anything about this black box or what the message means?" She shook her head. "Do you know where Bunty Myers is?" Again she shook her head. "I ain't heard anything for 3 days until in there tonight," she said earnestly. "I only just got back." "All right," said Jimmie Dale quietly. "You'd better go now. And hurry, in case there's a check on the time when you should be at Curly's." She hesitated an instant, then she brushed a hand quickly across her eyes. "My God, youse are white," she said again, huskily, and turned, and shuffled hurriedly down the alleyway toward the street. Jimmie Dale watched her until she had disappeared. "Perhaps," said Jimmie Dale grimly, "and perhaps I am a fool." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Jimmie Dale and the Phantom Clue by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. The pieces of a puzzle. 5 minutes later, Jimmie Dale was staring at Benson's back through the plate glass as the big limousine, continuing its progress in a downtown direction, rolled rapidly along. He was frowning heavily. He did not like this. He did not like having Benson along like this. Not because Benson could not be trusted to the uttermost, but for Benson's own sake. There wasn't much risk for Benson, of course. In fact, there wasn't any, as far as he could see. but he would have felt easier in his mind had he been alone. They were going ostensibly now to the Silver Dragon, a famous resort of slumming parties in Chinatown, and Benson would park outside where other cars were parked and simply wait. But for all that, there was... He shrugged his shoulders. What else could he do? His side was behaving very nicely so far, better than he had hoped for, in fact, but that condition was dependent, he knew very well, on saving himself all he could. That was why, for example, he had not gone to the Sanctuary, and, as Smarlinghue then, gone alone to Sadie Foy's. There would have been time, ample time, but he wasn't fit to play the role of Smarlinghue tonight. He dismissed the subject from his mind. He had done what had seemed the wisest and best thing. The rest was in the lap of the gods. He began a little mental calculation as he took out his watch. It was 20 minutes to 11 now. It was roughly about 10 minutes ago when Mother Margot had started on her errand. She should be at Curly's by now. That left a leeway of 20 minutes for somebody to telephone Curly and, presumably, make the rendezvous at Sadie Foy's at 11 o'clock. Jimmie Dale replaced the watch in his pocket and stared again at the back of Benson's head. The black box, Sadie Foy's. He shook his head. The combination meant nothing to him, of course. But Sadie Foy herself was quite a different matter. In Chinatown, Sadie Foy was a celebrity, a very shady and notorious celebrity. She was seldom sober. She was a white woman, old now, who had married a Chinaman. But Charlie Foy, her husband, had perished in a Tong feud. That was many years ago. Since then she had lived in a little rat hole of a place as dissolute as herself, a few blocks from Chatham Square, supported, according to the police, by a pension from the Tong, for which her lamented Charlie Foy had given up his life. A queer smile flickered across Jimmie Dale's lips. As Larry the Bat in the days of old, as Smarlinghue of today, he was in this particular very much better informed than the police. There was no question whatever about the pension, but the pension was not based on purely philanthropic motives, or due to a deep-seated sorrow for Charlie Foy's untimely and violent decease. It satisfied the police. Actually, Sadie Foy drove a lively trade in bulk opium, or in anything else of an illicit character that promised her a profit. The bulk opium accounted for the pension. An innate evilness and cunning accounted for her general depravity. It was a choice place for a rendezvous of any questionable sort, or for any purpose. The minutes passed as the car sped along. Jimmie Dale half closed his eyes. Sadie Foy, or for that matter her iniquities, meant nothing. It was the trail now that so obviously led to Sadie Foy's door. The Phantom was interested in something at Sadie Foy's at 11 o'clock. Would the trail broaden or break? What did the night hold? A final reckoning with the Phantom? Freedom for her, if she still lived? Success, partial or whole? Failure? What? The car slowed and stopped. Jimmie Dale stepped to the sidewalk. "We'll raise the limit a little this time, Benson," he said. "Wait an hour." Jimmie Dale mounted the steps of the garishly lighted restaurant before which the car had stopped and passed inside. The place was a riot of noise, the clatter of dishes, laughter, song, the never ceasing hum of numberless voices from numberless tables where the diners sat. He walked leisurely from room to room, making for the rear of the establishment, and here nonchalantly walked out into the cross street behind. The Silver Dragon was blessed with 2 entrances. And now Jimmie Dale quickened his step. He was in a narrow, twisting, ill-lighted little street in the heart of Chinatown. Shuttered windows threw out stealthy gleams of light from their interstices. Scuffling figures sidled by him. He passed a small frame house, mouldy and in decay, weather-streaked, which paint had not touched in years. It was in complete darkness, not a light showed from it anywhere. And then, in another minute, he had slipped into the adjacent lane, and in still another was creeping cautiously across a filthy backyard, with the rear of the small house that was mouldy and in decay looming up before him. This was Sadie Foy's. His eyes narrowed now a little grimly. It was black here all around him, but the house itself was not quite so dark at the rear as it had been in front. From a lower window just ahead of him, little undulating threads of light seeped out from behind the edges of a drawn shade. It was the air did that, of course, made the shade sway slightly. Therefore the window must be open. Voices, in what seemed like low, guttural undertones, began to reach him. He stole cautiously forward. There was refuse in the yard, and it was pitch black. It was not easy to assure silence even from step to step. A tin can became an object of dire menace. A minute, two, passed, and then Jimmie Dale, from a stooping position, stood upright. His head was just on a level with the window sill. He could hear now distinctly. "Well, we're getting fed up waiting," said a silky voice. "It's 11 o'clock, and we've been patient for about a couple of hours. If youse ain't coming across nice and pleasant, mabbe we can help your memory a little more the other way. Sadie's got everything locked up nice for the night in front, and nobody'll disturb us. Ain't youse, Sadie?" Jimmie Dale's dark eyes lighted with a sudden gleam. He could see little, scarcely more than a group of shadows on the shade, but he had recognized the purring voice. The trail was here. It was the Kitten's voice, and with the Kitten at work, hand in glove with him somewhere should be the Phantom and Bunty Myers. If the light breeze would only stir that shade a little more, just half an inch. A woman cackled hoarsely. "Sure, I'll take care of that. Don't youse worry." "Yeah?" It was the Kitten's voice again. "We've let youse off easy so far, but we're getting fed up. I ask youse for the last time before youse gets hurt some more. Where's the black box? Your brother didn't take it up the river with him, and the mob of boobs youse played for suckers ain't got it, 'cause they're mostly on the street now with the kids, picking up their free lunches in the gutters. And it wasn't left around loose in the crib when your sweet little Banco Santos was pinched. And you've been hiding all the time. So where is it?" There was no answer. In the silence, Jimmie Dale, almost involuntarily, startled, had drawn back a little. The Banco Santos! He did not need to see in there. He knew what the black box was now. The trial was scarcely a week old. The papers had been full of it. Two brothers, two Portuguese, Georges and Manuel Santos, had run a private bank, garnering in the savings of, for the most part, the poorer element among the foreign class, the tenement dwellers. They had played the game craftily, with vicious patience, for nearly 2 years, piling up the savings of the poor, only the final coup had been disrupted a little by a sudden suspicion that had arisen in the minds of the authorities, and one evening, as the latter had descended on the place, the two brothers had decamped by the back window, one of them carrying under his arm a black oblong security box. One of the brothers, as likewise the black box, had not been seen or heard of since. The other brother, Georges, had been caught, and only a few days ago had started to serve a 15 years sentence in Sing Sing. The missing funds were estimated at between $25,000 and $30,000. The Kitten purred again. "Ain't it too bad he's lost his voice as well as his memory? And we ain't done hardly anything but be civil to him since we runs into him back there in Mickey the Cobbler's dump. Maybe he's sore 'cause we didn't go right up and shake hands with him then. But you see, we was just setting around having a drink, and thought maybe we'd had one too many and was seeing things when the cellar door opens and one of these guys here says he'll bet $1,000,000 that it was Manuel Santos, and by the time we gets our breaths back he's slipped out. We hadn't never travelled together none of us before, but this looked like we all had tickets for the same place. So we follows him, and over he sneaks to Sadie's here to buy some coke, and we trails in, and sure enough when we get a real good look at him, Steenie's right and it's Manuel Santos. Only he ain't got the black box that they talked about in the papers with him." He laughed a little, low, viciously. "I'm sick of asking him. Youse ask him, Steenie, same as youse did before. Only a little harder." There was a sudden blurred movement of the figures on the shade, a sudden low, throttled cry of pain and fear. Jimmie Dale's fingers touched the lower edge of the shade. They were not occupied in there with the window now, and it might even have been but stirring of the night breeze. The shade swayed gently inward an inch, two, and floated almost imperceptibly back into place again. Jimmie Dale's face was hard and strained. It was not difficult to pick out Manuel Santos from the group. The man's hands were tied, and he drooped over the table as though in a half swoon. His face was battered ferociously, and blood trickled in 2 or 3 little streams from his cheeks. Behind him stood the Kitten. In a corner Sadie Foy cackled applause and rubbed skinny hands together joyously. There were 4 other men, drags, rats, jacks of all trades in the underworld. He knew 3 of them by name: Steenie Klotz, Rat Jack, the Bummer. Nice names, but in the underworld the monikers were apt. There came the sound of a blow, another, and another, and then a cry again. A voice gasped out weakly: "Stop! For God's sake, stop! I'll tell." "Blamed if youse ain't a great memory worker, Steenie," purred the Kitten's voice. "He's going to tell. Well, Manuel, where is it?" It's at the camp." The man's words came painfully. "Where's that?" demanded the Kitten. "It's on the Sound. It's just this side of the Martin Holmes place." Jimmie Dale's brows contracted suddenly. The Martin Holmes had nothing to do with this, of course, but he remembered now. "Youse mean that summer shack youse and your brother had?" inquired the Kitten softly. "Yes," the man answered. "Nix on that!" the Kitten jeered suddenly. "The bulls lived there for about 2 weeks, pawing it over. Don't youse try any of that stuff, my bucko. If it had been in the house they'd have found it. I heard they even pulled the floors up. Say, Steenie, youse'd better try again." "No, no!" Manuel Santos' voice rose shrilly. "It's true. I'm telling you the truth. The police could never find it, but it's there." "All right," said the Kitten evenly. "Tell us about it then." "It ain't really in the house. It's outside the attic window." The words came slowly, in a mumbling sort of way. "It looks as though the eaves were all boarded in around the house, but you can move one of them above the window. There's only one window. It's there." There was a low, muttered chorus of exultant oaths, and then the Kitten's voice: "That sounds good enough to be true." He was purring again. "I'll get a closed car, and we'll hike along out there, and youse'll come too, Manuel, so's there won't be no tricks. Youse ain't such a fool after all, Manuel. A little trip to South America where youse'll be out of everybody's road, and a lot safer yourself than youse have been for the last 6 weeks, trying to hide yourself away, is better'n taking a last ride in a wooden box where youse can't look at the scenery. Youse are among friends, Manuel, if youse only knew it. There's some—" Jimmie Dale was retreating from the window. A moment more and he'd gained the street, and hurrying now, returning by the same way he'd come, he reached his car in front of the Silver Dragon. "Benson," he said quietly, "we seem fated to make quite a night of it. Off and on, you've driven me a number of times to Mr. Martin Holmes' summer residence out on the Sound. I know it's closed now for the season, but do you remember just exactly where it is?" "Perfectly, sir," said Benson. "Good," nodded Jimmie Dale. "Drive there now. That is to within, say, half a mile this side of the place. If I remember correctly, it's quite thickly wooded there. I leave it entirely to you to find a convenient spot in about that neighbourhood to run the car off the road and park it where it will not be seen." Benson stared, a hesitant, anxious expression creeping into his face. Jimmie Dale smiled. "I'm still quite all right, Benson," he said. "Yes, sir," said Benson mechanically. "And by the way," Jimmie Dale paused in the act of stepping into the car, "I might say that I am in a very great hurry, Benson." "Yes, sir," said Benson heavily. For a moment, as he settled back on the cushions and the car started forward, the smile held on Jimmie Dale's lips. Benson, like Jason, was comparable to a hen with her chick. Benson at this precise instant probably, to mix metaphors, was inwardly wriggling like an eel. He was probably debating with himself whether he should not drive directly home, and there, by brute force if necessary, with the assistance of Jason, put him, Jimmie Dale, back to bed again, even if he got fired for it. Benson, however, in the last analysis, wouldn't do anything of the kind. He would play the game. The smile faded now from Jimmie Dale's lips, and a puzzled, anxious look settled on his face as he dismissed Benson from his mind. He had acted quickly back there at Sadie Foy's because he had realised that there was no time to lose, and though, even then, he had realised too that the pieces of the puzzle seemed somehow strangely mismated, he had also realised that the final act in any case would be played out where he was going now, at the Santos camp. Further, there was the moral responsibility to save that money, and nothing would have induced him to shift that responsibility to, say, the police, when instinctively he sensed, as he did, that the Phantom had still a card to play, a card that also must be played out at the same place. But what was that card? If it were only the Kitten who was involved, he could pick up the Kitten's trail again at the Santos camp, but it was more than the Kitten that he wanted, more than the Kitten that he still hoped for, and in which hope intuition told him he was justified. He wanted the Phantom, or Bunty Myers. He had time now to solve the puzzle, if he could, but the pieces on closer examination only seemed the more mismated. They contradicted even the sense of intuition that was so strong upon him. Where was the Phantom's hand in this? The Kitten? Well, then, why that message? Sadie Foy's at 11 o'clock. The Kitten had said himself he had been there long before 11. The Kitten was therefore already at Sadie Foy's when the message was delivered to Curley at the Crescent Saloon. And then again, the four men who were with the Kitten, he was absolutely certain, had no intimate connection with the Phantom. They were not the kind the Phantom gathered around him. They were simply Apaches, buzzards of the underworld, mentally the lowest type of criminal, whose only knowledge of finesse was embodied in the use of a blackjack, a knife, or a revolver. They did not belong. Suppose, then, they had been hired for this special occasion. In that case, the Kitten was already fully equipped to carry through the night's work. Why, then, the message? The miles flew by. The minutes passed into quarter hours. They had long since been out on a country road. What did it mean? Jimmie Dale, save that at long intervals he subconsciously eased his position, sat motionless, staring introspectively at the window. What did it mean? And then suddenly Jimmie Dale sat erect. He had it. It had come like a flash. It dovetailed. It fitted in its minutest parts. It postulated only that the Kitten had a means of ready communication with his unhallowed master, the Phantom, which in itself was axiomatic. The Kitten had haphazardly been in the company of the four Apaches when one of the four, this Steenie, had recognized the fugitive, Manuel Santos. It was a find worth $30,000, which the Kitten did not propose the other four should share. It was very simple. The Kitten had taken the leadership, and in the early stages at Sadie Foy's had undoubtedly gone out on some excuse and sent the Phantom word of what was afoot, stating probably that he was sure they could make Manuel Santos talk, and if so, he would somehow stall on any move being made until the Phantom had time to act, setting that time at 11 o'clock. Obviously, then, someone would be on hand at that time to receive from the Kitten the information as to where the black box was hidden, if that information had been obtained, and the someone would then arrive first at the hiding place, while the Kitten and the four thugs would arrive later only to find a rifled nest. And the Kitten would be secure from any complicity in the eyes of the four thugs, wherein the Kitten was very wise. Jimmie Dale stooped suddenly forward and picked up the speaking tube. He wasn't racing any more then against the Kitten, on whom he had a known start. He was racing against someone else, someone who would race like mad so as to keep the Kitten in countenance and not force his stalling to become apparent through lingering on the road, when his hungry dupes would be urging speed. "Faster, Benson," he said sharply. "All you've got the rest of the way." He leaned back in his seat again. It was clear enough now. But who was this someone? It wasn't the Phantom himself, for the Phantom had sent the message. Who, then, was the Phantom's delegate? Jimmie Dale's lips drooped curiously into grim little lines formed at the corners of his mouth. It was more likely than any one else to be the man he had started out to find, Bunty Myers. He frowned quickly. Had he made a mistake? Should he have remained at Sadie Foy's? This delegate must have been there somewhere at 11, when the Kitten was going out again with the excuse of getting a closed car. And then he shook his head impatiently. Perhaps, if he had known what he was so sure of now, he might have acted differently. Perhaps not. This, after all, was the surer way, both of finding that delegate and securing possession of the black box. The car was eating up the miles now, keeping check almost with the minutes as they passed. He ran his hand through his hair. Dog eat dog. It was dirty, miserable work all the way through, beginning with Manuel Santos, who was perhaps the most despicable of the lot. His hands clenched suddenly. If nothing else came of it, getting that money back to those to whom it meant their all was worth whatever it might cost him tonight. $30,000. There was something fiendish, damnable in the vicious premeditation, the vicious patience with which the two Portuguese had worked. He remembered in the account of the trial it had come out in evidence that the authorities had not been lax. Always on demand securities in the shape of bonds had been produced to make the balances. Of course. And of a sudden those bonds had been transferred into cash and, presto, the squalid little bank was no more. He smiled grimly. It was probably the steady demand for so many bills of large denominations during the 2 or 3 days prior to the end that had first aroused the suspicions of the authorities and... The car was slowing down, and now it jolted over rough ground. A branch slapped smartly against the window pane. The headlights, streaming out, threw tree trunks into spectral relief against a background of utter blackness. And then the headlights went off and the car stopped. Jimmie Dale stepped out. "You're sure of the place, Benson, that you're hidden from the road?" he asked crisply. "Yes, sir," Benson answered. "Quite sure, sir." "Very well," said Jimmie Dale. "Keep your lights off, wait for me, and don't leave the car under any circumstances." He sensed the protest against himself rising to Benson's lips, and he turned quickly away. "I'll be back in a few minutes, Benson," he said. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Jimmie Dale and the Phantom Clue by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. The Black Box. Jimmie Dale moved forward through the trees. It could not be far, not more than 300 or 400 yards, for the Santos house lay between himself and the Martin Holmes estate. That was why he had told Benson to stop half a mile this side of the latter place. The general direction, he knew, was a diagonal one, toward the Martin Holmes residence and toward the shore, away from the road. He smiled a little queerly to himself as he went along. He remembered that during a week-end visit to Holmes a year or so ago, the latter had expressed his annoyance at what he had called an unsightly shack that two Portuguese had put up on the beach close to his place. He, Jimmie Dale, had not been very much interested then. He was vitally interested in that so-called shack now. He frowned suddenly. He had been making fair progress and should have reached his destination by now, but, instead, he was still in the woods and the ground was growing wet and soggy underfoot. He edged off in the direction of the shore. The house was at the water's edge, Holmes had said, and went on for another 100 yards. It grew worse. He could hear now the lapping of the waves. The trees grew fewer and began to be replaced by a reedy growth. And then, of a sudden, Jimmie Dale halted. A glimmer of moonlight flickered on water and waving marsh grass. It was impassable. It reached out into the Sound itself. It was disaster. He felt his face whiten. He must already have been 10 minutes on the way, and 10 minutes was the utmost limit of margin he had any right to count upon. 10 minutes! It was far worse than that. It would take that much more to retrace his steps and circle around the other way before he could get started again. He gnawed at his lips now as he turned and began to run. It was almost certain disaster, disaster to the moral responsibility he had assumed, disaster to the hope he had cherished that tonight... He stumbled. He could not be careful of his footing now. Defeat, yes, perhaps, but he would not accept it. He ran doggedly. Again he stumbled, and again. And now he winced with pain. This hurt his side brutally. It wasn't like riding on the cushions of a luxurious limousine, or even of walking when no unusual effort was required. He went on. His breath came hard, he swept beads of moisture away from his forehead. And then once he reeled. It was hours, wasn't it, since he had started over again? There wasn't much chance, one perhaps in 1,000, not that much. His jaws clamped hard together. He was making a mess of it with that cursed side, and Jimmie Dale came suddenly out of the edge of the woods. Well, at least this was better. 50 yards away across a clearing a house loomed shadowy out of the darkness. He listened intently. There was no sound. He darted silently across the clearing and gained the house. It was a small place, so close to the shore that, as he crept now noiselessly up the steps of a veranda that apparently ran all around the house, he could make out a little wharf and what looked like an old neglected boat drawn up on the beach. Certainly, there was no mistaking the house, for there was no other of this description he knew in the neighbourhood. A picklock came from a pocket in the leather girdle, and with it again the black silk mask. A moment more and Jimmie Dale stood inside the house. And now he listened again, straining his ears for the slightest sound. Nothing. His face was white and haggard. There was only one answer, of course. The Phantom's delegate had been and gone. There had been time enough, so much and to spare that even the Kitten was due now. He took out a flashlight and circled it around him. The place was crude, to a certain extent unfinished, exactly what Manuel Santos himself had called it, a camp. It seemed to be divided into several rooms by thin, unpainted partitions. Here, at his right, steps led upward. Well, he had come this far, and even if the chances now were all against him, he was still going up there. But he had to think of the Kitten now, the possibility of being trapped himself by the Kitten and his thugs. There was time enough now to take the precaution of arming himself with a knowledge of the general plan of the place. He stepped hurriedly through the several rooms that made the depth of the house. He nodded in quick understanding. The camp was of uniform design. One took his choice as to which was the rear and which was the front. Here, where he stood now, a door opened on the veranda, and here, too, a rough staircase led to the upper story, or attic, as Manuel Santos had called it. Well, the attic now, that window. He went quickly up the stairs. At the top, his flashlight disclosed a broad landing and a closed door. The door was unlocked and he stepped forward over the threshold. The flashlight circled the interior. Again he nodded. It was an attic, nothing more or less, without partitions, that reached from one end of the house to the other. There was a single window, halfway down one side, the right-hand side from where he stood now facing the sound. He was at the window now. He opened it and stood up on the sill. And suddenly, poised there, he remained motionless. From the direction of the road he thought he had caught the sound of a motor. It was gone now. Perhaps he had been mistaken. The road was, as nearly as he could calculate it, a good 150 yards back from the water. He felt swiftly up above his head, outside the window. He did not dare use the flashlight now. Whether he was mistaken about the motor or not, the Kitten was already due, and the light would show a long way through the darkness. And besides, there was partial moonlight, and he could see a little. His fingers were feeling, searching, prying over the rough boarding. It was very ingenious, this, the eaves boarded in to meet the wall of the house, only he could not find any section of it that seemed at all loose or movable. It would be craftily done, of course. He would hardly expect anything else, but it was strange, very strange. The Kitten had been able to pass on no more detailed information about this than he, Jimmie Dale, had overheard, and if he, Jimmie Dale, could not open it, how could the Kitten's confederate have done so? Just luck? A stumbling on the trick of it? It was rather strange. Jimmie Dale became motionless again, intent, alert. There could be no question about it now. There was the unmistakable crunch of several footsteps approaching the house from the direction of the road. The Kitten was coming. In a flash, Jimmie Dale reached into the leather girdle, and a powerful little blued steel jimmy was in his hand. It was very strange, so strange that he meant to see inside there, Kitten or no Kitten. The jimmy ripped into a board above his head and pried one end of it loose. He felt quickly inside. It was naturally hollow here, and he reached in as far as he could, feeling in both directions. Nothing. He tore the board completely away now, and moving a little along the sill, reached in from the other end. It was here! He was wrenching out an oblong shaped black metal box of the style generally used in the safe deposit vaults. It was here! His brain seemed stunned for a moment. He did not understand. He could not understand. Except that he had been wrong. Wrong in his deduction from that scene at Sadie Foy's, wrong in his theory of the meaning of that message. And yet it had been so logical, so surely the truth. And yet, just as logically now, he was forced to the conclusion that he had been wrong. There had seemed, still seemed, to be no other possible explanation of that message, and yet he must have been wrong. Nobody, no Phantom's delegate, had been here. And the Kitten himself was coming now, because those were the footsteps of 4 or 5 men. Perhaps He pried the box itself hurriedly open. No, the contents had not been taken and the box left. The faint light disclosed package after package of banknotes. The crunch of footsteps came again, still nearer to the house. Jimmie Dale lowered himself from the sill and, carrying the box, retreated quickly across the attic to the door opposite to that by which he had entered, the door that faced the sound. He opened it silently, stepped out on the landing, and the next instant crouched quickly back in the angle between the door jamb and the wall, on the side of the jamb away from the stairs. Too late. He had not thought they were so near. There was a footstep below. One of them was coming up this way, was even on the stairs now. He could not see, he could only hear. His automatic swung forward. Someone was close to him now. His jaws clamped. No, he had not been seen either. The footstep passed the threshold of the door, entered the attic, and was crossing it now in the direction of the window. And now, through the open door, Jimmie Dale could make out a figure, little more than a shadowy outline, in the faint ray of moonlight from the window. And then Jimmie Dale hung there riveted to the spot. It was quick, quick as the winking of an eye. The figure, at the window now, halted abruptly and swung sharply around to face the opposite doorway. And, coincidentally, it seemed, the door opened, and as a flashlight streamed in and fell full upon the figure, and Jimmie Dale saw the man's face, there was a chorus of savage oaths, and almost simultaneously the flash and roar of a revolver shot. And the figure turned and ran toward the doorway near which Jimmie Dale stood. It was Bunty Myers. A voice screamed out in rage. "Blast youse, Kitten! If youse hadn't bumped against my arm, I'd got him, and got him good!" Jimmie Dale's face was set, drawn, rigid, a queer tightness about the corner of his lips. He'd been right, 1,000 times right. It was not he who had been wrong, nor his intuition, nor his logic at fault. It was Bunty Myers who had been wrong. Something had gone wrong with the man's plans. Something had. A fusillade of shots poured into the room after the flying figure. Bunty Myers stumbled, recovered himself, came on again, staggered through the doorway, and stumbled again, this time dropping to the floor. And then Jimmie Dale was at work. He slammed the door shut, and snatching out his picklock, locked it. Bunty Myers. He wanted Bunty Myers. This was the man he had set out to find tonight, and no, it wasn't only that. Thank God, he wasn't quite so raw as that. Those thugs in there, those Apaches, would kill the man like a dog, as they had already tried to do, for interfering with their meat. And the more so now that they would find that meat gone. The Kitten couldn't stop them without giving himself away. It wasn't Bunty Myers, it was a man's life now, if the man were not already too far gone. He held the box under his left arm as he bent forward to the huddled form on the floor. "Quick!" he whispered. "Put your arm around my neck. Do you hear? Make an effort. It's your only chance." The man, with Jimmie Dale's assistance, lurched to his feet. They staggered, half fell down the stairs together. Bunty Myers was mumbling almost incoherently. I had a breakdown on the way out, Kitten. Damn fool, Kitten. Why couldn't youse hold back, eh? Only a little late. Youse." A sweat of agony was standing out on Jimmie Dale's forehead. He was half carrying the man. His side was torturing him. "My God!" whispered Jimmie Dale between drawn lips. Behind, upstairs, they were smashing at the locked door. They would either have to break it down or come around the other way through the house. It was worth a couple of minutes' start, and there was the boat there now on the shore just a few yards away. He plunged on, staggering. Bunty Myers had become almost a dead weight. Well, he couldn't leave the man to be killed, could he? The man kept muttering now, muttering, muttering. Up and down, see? 'Ell of a note. Up and down. Up and down. Bunty Myers collapsed a limp heap in the bottom of the boat. Jimmie Dale shoved it off and jumped in. There were no oars save a broken one. He seized it and began to paddle. Footsteps pounded on the veranda, racing around the house. A yell went up. "There he is! There he is! In the boat!" There was the crash and flame spurt of shots, the spat of lead on the water. Jimmie Dale threw himself flat in the boat beside Bunty Myers. With the initial push and the few strokes he had managed, the boat was quite a little distance from the shore, and what breeze there was carrying it still farther out and also in the direction of the marshy tract through which he had first tried to reach the house. They could not, therefore, follow him along the shore. A medley of voices from the shore, punctuated by oaths, reached him. "Get a boat! There'll be one up at that swell ranch, even if it's closed for the summer. Sure, bust the boathouse in. Beat it, quick. He's good and hurt and he won't get far. He was winged upstairs in the attic when he fell." Jimmie Dale wrenched his flask from his pocket. They had only seen one man, of course. His head was swimming crazily. He gulped down some brandy and then felt for Bunty Myers' lips. "Drink this," he said hoarsely. The liquor gurgled queerly. He felt it run down the man's chin. But Bunty Myers must have swallowed some of it, for he began to mutter again, obviously in delirium now. "Up and down, I tell youse," mumbled Bunty Myers. "It's honest to God's truth. She don't know it 'cause it's in the next house. It goes up and down, I tell youse. I saw it. Up and—" His voice trailed off. What did the man mean? Jimmie Dale swept his hand across his eyes. It encountered his mask. He pulled it off and put it in his pocket. They were both delirious, weren't they? He and Bunty Myers. This was the man he had come to find, and from whose lips he had sworn he would tear the Phantom's secret, and all the man did was to croak, "Up and down, up and down." Why didn't he say, "See saw Marjorie Daw"? He gulped down another mouthful of brandy. Yes, that was better now. He raised his head. The shore was indistinct, not so much through the distance, but because what little moonlight there had been was gone now, under a cloud. They would have a boat after him pretty soon. He must paddle now, risk a shot. He wouldn't be very distinct either. He dipped in the broken oar. It brought a moan of agony from his lips. The shots he had invited from the shore came and missed. He must paddle, if it tore his side to pieces. Only one man in the boat, that's what they thought. Well then, why not? He could easily save himself, drop overboard and swim ashore somewhere in the marshy tract. He had strength enough for that. They'd find the boat and find a man in it. But there was some reason why he couldn't do that. He shook his head fiercely as though to clear his brain. Yes, of course, he couldn't leave that huddled figure there at his feet to be killed, could he? So it would have to be a fight, unless he could evade them in the darkness, and there wasn't much chance of that. He listened. That sounded like a boat coming from somewhere far behind now. But there weren't any more shots from the shore. Naturally, he must be opposite the marsh now, and they couldn't follow him any more on the land. He couldn't leave the man to be killed, and that's what they'd do, kill the man. The Kitten couldn't prevent it without the others understanding the whole game and turning on the Kitten too. The Kitten had done all he could when he'd bumped against the arm of the man who had fired that first shot. Funny that Bunty Myers should be here. No, it was clear, quite clear. Bunty Myers had started out all right for the box, but a breakdown had made him late, so late that he— A shout came from the shore behind. It was answered from the water. There was no further question but that they had secured a boat, though it was still a good way off. His broken oar suddenly touched bottom as he made a stroke. It wasn't the shore. It was just shallow water here fronting the marshland. Well, it didn't matter. He couldn't paddle much more, and not fast enough anyway to escape them, nor run fast enough with a wounded man, even if he were ashore to get away from them. He laughed a little harshly. It was a case of fight for it then. Perhaps Bunty Myers might be roused, propped up against the seat to help. It would be ironical if Bunty Myers hit the Kitten. He stopped paddling and leaned forward with his flask once more. "Here, quick, take some more of this," he said. There was no answer. The head he lifted slid from his grasp and thudded with a dull, ugly sound against the side of the boat. And for an instant Jimmie Dale stared at the limp, huddled form. And then, with a low, quick cry, he reached for the other's wrist, searching for the pulse, and then for the man's heartbeat. There was none. He drew his breath in sharply. The man was dead. The splash of oars mingled with the growl and snarl of voices came distinctly now across the water. Bunty Myers was dead. It was queer, strange, it seemed to carry with it some significance beyond the mere fact of death. What was it? He had started out to find Bunty Myers for something or other. His head was swimming miserably again. It had nothing to do with that black box there on the floor of the boat. Nothing to do with... He spurred himself to action. One man in the boat. There need be only one man in the boat now. He looked behind him, straining his eyes through the darkness. He could not see the other boat. Therefore they could not see him. He picked up the black box and slipped over the side. The water could not be very deep, since his oar had touched the bottom. No, it was less than waist high. He began to wade as quickly as he could, and still avoid making any splash, toward the shore. The sounds from the oncoming boat grew louder, the voices more distinct, and then Jimmie Dale, reeling a little, stepped from the water's edge and began to make his way silently through the woods. He knew the way. There was no danger of losing it. He was on the same side of the marshy tract that Benson was. He had only to keep straight ahead toward the road, and it wasn't far. Curious how heavy the black box was. He smiled grimly. Back there they would think Bunty Myers must have let it drop overboard. What else could they think? But tomorrow the police would get it, with the compliments of the Gray Seal. And the Phantom? No, Bunty Myers. His head was swirling again, but his brain seemed to be fighting desperately to tell him that what Bunty Myers had said about up and down and the next house somewhere was something he should understand, because he was to make Bunty Myers tell him something if Bunty Myers died for it, and he knew very well that Bunty Myers had died. He gnawed at his lips. His head was very bad. Very bad. He couldn't think any more. Not now. Not tonight. But he had no need to think any more now, had he? There was Benson in the car looming up just ahead of him. The rest was for tomorrow. And the tomorrows. The tomorrows. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Jimmie Dale and the Phantom Clue by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. In the Sanctuary. A door opened and closed softly. A shadow moved in the darkness. Came then the crackle of a match and a gas jet, air-choked, wheezing in protest, emitted a thin blue flame, grew yellow, and cast a meagre glow over its immediate surroundings. Unkempt, disreputable in his ragged, threadbare attire as Smarlinghue, Jimmie Dale stood for an instant staring around him at the squalid appointments of the place, and then moving abruptly to the far end of the room, flung himself down upon the already crumpled coverings of the dilapidated cot bed against the wall. This was the Sanctuary. He half closed his eyes, staring at the asthmatic, stuttering gas jet. Well, it would be in every verity a sanctuary for another hour or so, a retreat where he could strive quietly to bring mental order out of chaos, and yes, physically rest for a little while, until it was time to carry out the plan that he proposed to put into execution before another morning came. Since last night, all through the day, those mumbled words of Bunty Myers, the dying gangster, had been ringing in his ears. They had become an obsession. He could not rid his mind of them, or of the insistently growing intuition that they were the key to the Phantom's lair if he could only make head or tail of them. Up and down, I tell youse. She don't know it, 'cause it's in the next house. It goes up and down, I tell youse. Who was she? He could not actually deduce it logically, but he was nevertheless sure that she was Mother Margot. The voices he had heard in the room but could not locate, the certainty that the clue, the Phantom clue as he came to call it, was to be found in Mother Margot's rooms, was of course the basis for this interpretation, But it was the next house that bothered him. What did that mean? If he were right, and it was Mother Margot who did not know 'cause it's in the next house, where was this next house? There was nothing there but another tenement across the narrow areaway. He frowned suddenly, impatiently. His mind was simply beginning to go over again, vainly, ineffectually, what it had already gone over 1,000 times, it seemed, since last night. He had already made a decision, hours ago. He would know to-night whether he was right or not. He would know before he slept whether Bunty Myers' dying words linked up the Phantom's secret with Mother Margot's rooms or not. To-night, finally, the phantom clue that was, in any case connected with the old hag's rooms, would be a mystery no longer, if he literally had to wreck the place to unearth it. Jimmie Dale nodded grimly to himself. To-night. In a little while. It was too early yet. Just 10 o'clock. His lips tightened. Yes, wreck it. His was a single purpose now, that to-night he would strike with all his might, strike without counting the personal cost, and above all strike while for once he possessed the certainty that it would not be too late, in the sense that even success in the unearthing of the Phantom and in a final reckoning with the man might only hold a bitter emptiness, because she, the Tocsin, the woman he loved, would already have been beyond all aid. There would be no thought of that. He was lighter of heart on that score than he had been for many days. She was alive, yes, and well, and safe. He knew that to-night. The torment, the fear for her safety that, finding no trace of her, he had known yesterday, and for so many yesterdays before, was gone now. She was alive, and so far she was safe. His lips moved silently. Thank God for that. And now he asked only that, whatever the outcome to himself in what he was about to do, she might after to-night be safe for always. He shook his head a little grimly. Suppose instead of success he failed? Too often the Phantom had slipped from his grasp, and he was only too well aware that to-night he was almost literally going up against a stacked hand held by the other. Mother Margot had warned him that her rooms were a trap for the Gray Seal. The Tocsin had warned him. He had never doubted this simply because more than once he had ventured into those rooms and emerged unscathed. And though it might well be, as he had argued with himself on his last visit there, that it was now so long ago since the trap had been baited that the Phantom no longer built any hopes upon it as a means of snaring his prey, that argument, however well founded, did not apply to-night. He could not very well expect to attack the trap itself and proceed to demolish it without inviting the attention of the trapper, which was indeed his prime intention. A fool? Perhaps. But there was no other way of getting to grips with the Phantom, and to-night she was alive and safe, and there might be no to-morrow night. And besides, if the worst happened, he would not go out alone, the Phantom would go with him. He was somehow sure of that. It was like a deep-seated consciousness, a strange reassuring certainty. And if that were so, he had no quarrel with the price, whatever it might be. His fingers, fumbling in the pocket of his ragged jacket, found and drew out an envelope. He stared at it for a long time. Hers, the Tocsin's, the first word he had had from her for so many days. His eyes softened. Alive. And he had known so great a fear that had grown day after day into an almost hopeless agony of dread. She who loved him and had made no effort to communicate with him after he had been wounded that other night, no effort when he knew that under ordinary conditions she would have moved heaven and earth to do so. That was why, last night, in spite of Jason, in spite of his wound, he had tried to pick up the Phantom's trail again through Bunty Myers, and in a measure had succeeded. He had found Bunty Myers, but Bunty Myers was dead now. A strange grim light crept into Jimmie Dale's half-closed eyes. The circle had indeed narrowed. Of the Phantom's satellites, of all those who once had gathered in that back upstairs room of Wally Kerrigan's club, there were left now only two, the Kitten and Mother Margot. Those two, and somewhere in his hidden lair the Phantom. Well, to-night then. He nodded quickly to himself. He was only waiting until it was a little later. He turned impatiently on the cot. Time seemed to drag interminably. The stage was already set. He had warned Mother Margot to keep away from her rooms tonight, to find an alibi for herself. It was a little quixotic perhaps, a little of added danger to himself, but again, as it had been last night, her life, if things went wrong, might very well pay part of the forfeit, and even Mother Margot was entitled to her life. What else could he have done? It was true that, at best, he could consider her but an unwilling sort of ally, but nevertheless, even though it might have been but through fear, she had, he was sure, always played straight with him. And so tonight he could have done no less than to have given her chance again. Jimmie Dale rose abruptly from the cot, and, with the envelope in his hand, stepped back across the room again to a position under the gas jet. He had found the note here in the usual place behind the movable section of the baseboard when, late that afternoon, after having previously called Mother Margot from her pushcart on Thompson Street to that rather singularly placed telephone in the rear of Antonio Mezzo's shop and had given her her warning, he had come to the Sanctuary for the purpose of assuming the role of Smarlinghue, and of spending at least a portion of the waiting hours in the underworld's inner circles, which were always pregnant with the possibility of affording an additional thread or clue that might lend strength to his intended stroke against the Phantom. He read the note again. It was dated that afternoon. Dear Philanthropic Crook, what have you been thinking? With you wounded, and believing I would be in a position to know of it, and no word from me, it could only have been one of two things. Either I was heartless, or what you had feared so greatly had happened. It could not be the former, and so I know that in your love you must have been, as I would have been, mad with anxiety. I said I would not write to you or communicate with you until the shadows had all gone out of our lives again. But this afternoon I would indeed be heartless if I did not send you this word. I am well, and I am safe. Through circumstances that I shall not enter into, I did not know that you were wounded until last night, and then, almost coincidentally, I also knew that from last night's activities your wound could not have been serious, and so my anxiety was relieved. Just one word more. Once before, long, long ago, so long ago that it seems now it were in some other age, I wrote you that it was near the end, that I had all but won, that victory was in sight, and Jimmie, only disaster came. And so now I hesitate to say anything but just this. Things are going very well, and it may be, Jimmie, oh, I cannot help but say it, only hours before the shadows will have gone forever. Marie. Jimmie Dale replaced the note in his pocket. Somehow he could not bring himself to destroy it, as he had always done before. It had been so long since he had heard from her. It was physical, tangible evidence that she was alive. He swept his hand across his eyes. Those fears of last night, that had driven him wounded from his bed. It was as though she had almost read his mind, read the argument he had followed, and from which he had deduced the worst. It was strange, though, that she had not known, if things were going so very well. Circumstances? What circumstances? He began to pace up and down the squalid room, and then, as abruptly as he had left it, he went and flung himself down on the cot again. He was restless. It was not his wound. His wound was all right, and was none the worse for last night's experiences. His side was sore and stiff, of course, and in that sense caused him a certain discomfort, but otherwise he was quite normal. It was not his wound that caused his restlessness. It was this dragging of time, this waiting for the moment to arrive when he could supplant inaction with activity. Perhaps he would have done better to have remained longer in those various hidden places of the inner circles of the underworld that he had visited after he had received the Tocsin's note. He shrugged his shoulders. No, he was better here. He had learned all that he could have hoped to learn. Yes, and more. No, that was not quite true. He had, rather, only substantiated beyond question what he had already decided in his own mind could be the only logical conclusion to the affair of last night, when the Kitten and Bunty Myers, playing Steenie Klotz and his companion Apaches for dupes, had attempted to secure the stolen funds of the defunct Banco Santos. His jaws closed with a snap. Whisperings. How many times before had he listened to the voice of the underworld breathing its secrets through the underground exchanges, where none save those of the aristocracy might find entrance, and where the peers of that abandoned realm of crimeland kept their fingers on the pulse of a seething, disturbed and moiling citizenry. And tonight the underworld was in a sort of tense ferment, watching in unholy anticipation a game of life and death that was being played out behind its guarded doors that were so effectually closed to the outer world. Jimmie Dale smiled suddenly, grimly now. He had found the underworld viciously agog, intent with gluttonous eagerness upon a drama whose dénouement promised to be bloodthirsty and murderous enough to satisfy even its unbridled lusts. Steenie Klotz, Red Jack and their companions had been played for dupes by Bunty Myers and the Kitten, but the dupes were not altogether fools, nor their intellects fallen to so low an estate that they had failed to absorb the fact that 1 + 1 made 2. The Kitten, and very certainly indeed Bunty Myers, had not expected that the night would end with the dupes finding Bunty Myers dead at their hands in that boat on the shore of the Sound. And of the two now Bunty Myers was perhaps in the better case. The Kitten, it transpired, had had sense enough not to stand on the order of his going, and had incontinently fled for his life. He had not been heard of since last night. Again Jimmie Dale smiled grimly. It was the logical conclusion, and it was very simple. Bunty Myers and the Kitten for years had been well-known characters in the underworld, and for years they had been known to work together in Gentleman Laroque's gang. And 1 and 1 made 2, that was all. Whisperings. Whisperings as ghouls might whisper in hideous enthusiasm at the promise of some abominable feast to come. Whisperings everywhere through the underground exchanges of gangland. Of the passing of Bunty Myers the police as yet were apparently in ignorance, but Steenie Klotz and his outraged Apaches had not hesitated in safe quarters to spread the story and make known the sentence they had passed upon their betrayer. And the underworld in its bloodlust waited. It was the law. The Kitten was being hunted mercilessly to his death. But so far they had not found the Kitten. Jimmie Dale nodded at the gas jet. That was what he had learned in the underworld's inner circles. And then he had returned here to the Sanctuary, for it was not as Smarlinghue but as the Gray Seal that he meant to play out the night. And now time dragged. He could not even begin to strip off these rags and discard the character of the drug-broken, dissolute artist until the moment arrived when he was ready to leave. It was too dangerous, for in the meantime someone, anyone, a lodger even in the same tenement here, might come and He sat up suddenly erect on the cot. Someone was coming. He listened. A footstep shuffled along in the hall outside and reached the door, and then someone knocked guardedly upon the panel. It was Smarlinghue, not Jimmie Dale, who spoke. "Who's there?" he demanded ungraciously.
"It's me," a voice croaked hurriedly. "Let me in, Smarly. It's Mother Margot."
Mother Margot. A queer smile flickered across Jimmie Dale's lips as he rose from the cot and started across the room toward the door. Mother Margot who obeyed him as the Gray Seal when she couldn't help it perhaps. Mother Margot who accepted Smarlinghue as one of her own ilk, and on one occasion at least as a source of assistance and an ally in her turbulent life. What did Mother Margot want with Smarlinghue tonight? He opened the door and, as the old hag, her shawl drawn closely around her head, entered, he closed it again behind her. "Hello, Mother," said Jimmie Dale facetiously. "Ain't business good down on Thompson Street tonight?" She glanced around her furtively.
"There ain't no one here, is there?"
she asked anxiously. Jimmie Dale shook his head. "Spill it," he invited. "What's the matter?" Again she glanced around her, and it was almost a minute before she spoke. She twisted her hands nervously together.
"Youse helped me once before, Smarly," she whispered finally. I ain't got no one else to ask, and tonight I'm in bad. Youse'll help me again, won't youse, Smarly?"
Jimmie Dale pushed one of the 2 rickety chairs the Sanctuary possessed toward her. "How do I know?" he countered cautiously. "I ain't making promises on the blind. Help yourself to the chair and I'll listen." Mother Margot shook her head quickly.
"I ain't got no time to sit down, and I ain't got no chance for anything only maybe to get croaked tonight if youse won't help me. I ran all the way over here, and I was scared youse wouldn't be here."
She was wringing her hands together again in evident terror and nervousness.
"Oh, my God, if youse hadn't been here, Smarly, I—"
Her voice broke and ended in a choked sob. Jimmie Dale's eyes, from the crouching, dishevelled, shawled and spectacled old creature, sought the shadows cast by the flickering gas jet that played along the edge of the threadbare strip of carpet at his feet. He did not question the genuineness of her distress. He had very good reason to believe in it most thoroughly. He was even vitally, personally, intimately concerned in it, for, back of it, where Mother Margot was involved, must be the Phantom's hand. He smiled queerly to himself. What it was that had brought her here he, as Jimmie Dale, must know, but that knowledge could only be obtained through Smarlinghue, and Smarlinghue was, well, Smarlinghue was Smarlinghue. "Well, don't lose your nerve," said Smarlinghue a little sharply, "or maybe you'll get me scared too, and the deal'll be off before it's started. The time before you got me to go hunting for English Steve, and I found him murdered. What is it this time?"
"I've got to try and get a message to someone," she said anxiously.
"That's what you said when it was English Steve," observed Smarlinghue judiciously. "Well, shoot. Who is it tonight?" Again she did not answer immediately. Again she glanced furtively around her. And then she spoke, her voice scarcely audible.
"The Gray Seal."
"The Gray Seal?" Involuntarily Jimmie Dale gasped. He stared at her. He could quite understand that she might seek the Gray Seal, but this was irony in its sublimest form, wasn't it? And then suddenly he remembered. The night he had saved himself here by playing his dual role, the new heights to which Smarlinghue had risen in the underworld through that supposed encounter. It had almost secured him initiation into the confidences of Bunty Myers and the rest of the Phantom's followers, of which Mother Margot here was one. That was it, because he had once been known to have been in actual physical touch with the Gray Seal, and would therefore perhaps be able to recognise him again. And she had come to the Gray Seal himself. It was exquisite. He felt her eyes boring into him from behind her heavy lensed spectacles. He smiled with exaggerated derision. But mentally now he knew no mirth. That was only one side of it, the strange irony of it. There must be something of no ordinary importance that could have prompted her to act like this. What was it? She who, again and again, had been compelled to act under the Gray Seal's orders, under his orders, who, only that afternoon, had received her instructions, or, perhaps better, warning from him over the telephone. "It's too easy," scoffed Smarlinghue, and grinned broadly. "All anybody's got to do that wants the Gray Seal is to go out on the corner and whistle for him."
"My God!"
The exclamation came piteously. She wrung her hands the harder together. "Well," said Jimmie Dale, still facetiously, "what's the idea then? Do you think just because he roughhoused me here one night that he left his calling card and wrote his address on it before he went away? Or maybe you think he took his mask off and says, 'Smarly, drop around any afternoon for a cup of tea. I'll always be at home to you.' Well, he didn't. There ain't a bull or a leg that ain't been hunting him for years, and they're still hunting. How do you expect me to find him?" She seemed hardly to be paying any attention. Her fingers were working nervously with her shawl, now loosening it, now tightening it around her throat, and she still kept on glancing in all directions, furtively around her.
"Smarly, for God's sake, listen!" she burst out wildly. "I ain't asking youse to find him. I'm asking youse to help me. I got to have someone I can trust. Maybe youse won't have to do nothing at all. Youse won't see him. It'll only be on the telephone. I've been working with him for weeks now." It was exquisite. There was humour here for Jimmie Dale. But Smarlinghue's jaw dropped helplessly. "The Gray Seal! And you?" He gulped, swallowing hard. She nodded her head in a sort of helpless way. "Yes," she said. "My God, I'm handing it to you straight, and I'm in bad to-night. Youse helped me once, and there ain't no one else I dares go to. And youse will help me, won't youse, Smarly, if I swear to youse that there ain't no risk or nothing like that for youse, and that there ain't no one going to know youse was in it at all?" Jimmie Dale, as Smarlinghue, examined meditatively the ragged, frayed sleeve of his coat. "All right," said Jimmie Dale cautiously. "If I'm as safe as that, I won't see you stuck. But you got to show me first. What do you want me to do?"
She reached out and caught his hand impulsively, and wrung it hard.
"God bless you, Smarly."
There was a world of relief in her voice, husky and broken though it was.
"I knew youse would, Smarly. I knew youse would. Listen, youse knows where my pushcart is on Thompson Street. Well, just near it is Mezzo's second-hand shop, and there's a side door to that, up the lane. That door ain't locked, and old Mezzo's away tonight, and the shop is shut up. And there's a telephone in there in this back storeroom. It's kept there on the quiet, see? All you've got to do, Smarly, is go in there and wait, and answer the telephone if it rings. There ain't nobody going to see youse, and there ain't nobody going to know youse are there. If it rings, it'll be the Gray Seal, and you'll give him a message from me."
Jimmie Dale, as Smarlinghue, whistled a little dubiously under his breath.
"And they said he always worked alone," he observed plaintively. "Say, he'd get bumped off for this if any of the fleets knew about it. You're pretty thick, ain't you? He puts in a telephone for you and—" "No, he didn't." She shook her head vigorously. "He had nothing to do with it. It's another crowd. He got wise to it, that's all. And one night he caught me cold in—oh, my God, Smarly, never mind about that. I'm in wrong with the whole works. I got to get a message to him tonight if I can."
"Well, why don't you go and find him then, and can the telephone stuff?" inquired Jimmie Dale, in his role of Smarlinghue.
"'Cause I don't know where he is, and know more about him than youse does," she said almost hysterically. "Don't youse understand, Smarly? He calls me to the phone when he wants me, and the times he's shown himself was when he was wearing a mask like he had the night he bust in on youse here."
"Well then," prodded Jimmie Dale, "why don't you stick around and listen for the telephone yourself tonight?" Mother Margot was wringing her hands again.
"Do youse think I'd have come here and put youse wise to what I have if I could have done that?" she cried wildly. "That's what's the matter. It's the other crowd that's pulling something tonight, and I got to go and do something they's told me to do. I got to go. I don't dare not to go. They'd cut me throat if I didn't, and it's something the Gray Seal's got to know about, or else oh, my God, Smarly, can't youse understand? He'd put me in wrong, and I'd get finished anyway. He's pulling something himself tonight, but it's no good now, 'cause something else is going to happen, and he'd known afterwards that I knew, and if I didn't wise him up, that's my finish too."
Smarlinghue circled his lips with the tip of his tongue, and scowled unhappily. "Say," he said heavily, "you're in nice, ain't you? How do you know it won't be the other crowd you're talking about, the bunch that you said put the phone in there, that rings up, and then I'd get stung too?"
"'Cause they knows I ain't going to be there. Ain't I telling youse that?" Mother Margot answered miserably. "If the phone rings, it'll be the Gray Seal. There's no one else that'd ask for Mother Margot."
"And suppose he don't ring up at all?" inquired Smarlinghue.
"I don't know." Mother Margot's face seemed to whiten a little. "My God, Smarly, I don't know. That's what's got me so scared. I ain't even saying he will. I'm only hoping. It's the only chance I got. I know mebbe where I could find him a couple of hours from now, but it'll be too late then. I can't do nothing more, Smarly, can I? I can't do nothing more. If he don't telephone, the only chance I got is to try and make him believe I did me best, that's all. And if he don't believe me, I guess I goes out for keeps."
Jimmie Dale for a moment appeared to consider the matter.
"I ain't quite sure I get you," he said slowly at last, "except that it looks to me like, between the two of them, it don't make much difference whether you're coming or going. And this telephone stunt looks like a long shot to me. But I don't see where I get hurt any, and if it's going to ease your mind, I'll stand in. So what's the message I'm to give if he telephones?"
Mother Margot's face brightened.
"Thank God for you, Smarly," she faltered. "You're as white as they makes 'em. You just say that the message is from me, that the Voice is going to pull the big bump tonight, and to watch French Jeff down at the White Rat. You understand, Smarly?"
Jimmie Dale shook his head.
"No, I don't," he said, "but if he does, it's all right, I suppose. I'm satisfied. I'm not for mixing in and getting my hair singed, but if he asks me what the bump is, and what time it's going to bust loose, what do I say? Nothing. said Mother Margot. "There ain't nothing more to tell him, 'cause that's all I knows myself. But I knows it's the big showdown all right, and the dope is straight. He won't need nothing more, I guess, if he wants to butt in." Jimmie Dale nodded indifferently. It was precisely what he wanted to know, the exact extent of the old hag's information. Mother Margot shuffled her feet nervously. "I got to go, Smarly," she said anxiously. "The Dago's running me pushcart for me for the rest of the night, but he don't know nothing about this, so don't youse give him the high sign. Youse understand about the side door in the lane?" "Sure," said Smarlinghue. "And while we're standing here talking maybe he's telephoned already and pulled a bone." Mother Margot shook her head. "That don't matter," she said. "He knows Mezzo don't always hear, and sometimes it's hard to get an answer. If he was trying to get me, he'll try again until he does." She hesitated, drew her shawl tightly about her head again, took a step toward the door, and once more hesitated. "God bless youse, Smarly," she said brokenly. "Mabbe youse t'ink youse does, but youse don't know wot youse are doing for me to-night. Maybe I'll pull out of this alive, and maybe I won't, but don't youse ever forget, Smarly, if youse never sees me again, that there ain't no one in this world means anything to Mother Margot like youse does, Smarly, and Her voice broke. She was crying. Jimmie Dale started forward impulsively as he saw the old shoulders shake, and a tear, followed by another, trickle unchecked down her cheek. But she turned her head quickly away and scuffled hurriedly toward the door before he had reached her. But at the door she turned again. "God bless you, Smarly," she called again, and closed the door behind her. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Jimmie Dale and the Phantom Clue by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. At the White Rat. Mother Margot's footsteps, shuffling, receded along the hall and died away with the opening and closing of the street door. Jimmie Dale stood staring across the empty room. He had not fully realized before how secure was the hold that he, as the Gray Seal, had upon the old hag. She was afraid of the Phantom, or the Voice, as she called the man, but she was equally afraid of the Gray Seal that now appeared, and between the two, unable to steer any middle course tonight, she was in mortal terror. He frowned. He might have eased her mind a little in some way, perhaps. No, he shook his head decisively. Her coming, the story she had told, changed materially and of necessity his own plans for tonight, at least for the next few hours. Mother Margot's rooms had interested him only because of the probability that they were the outer portal to the Phantom's sanctum, but the Phantom's movements tonight centered around French Jeff and the White Rat. It was French Jeff and the White Rat that automatically and at once became the center of attraction for him as well, and particularly so since, deprived of the Kitten's assistance, practically the one remaining satellite, any play that the Phantom made must, leaving Mother Margot out, be made in person. It was the Phantom that he sought. Jimmie Dale stepped swiftly across the room and locked the door, then, kneeling on the floor near by, lifted aside the movable section of the baseboard. He could no more have afforded to risk the character of Smarlinghue by some well-meaning but ill-advised word in an effort to calm her fears than he could afford, after what she had said, to go to the White Rat as Smarlinghue. She was as likely to be there as not. If she saw Smarlinghue there, it would be well, she would never again after that have need to fear the Gray Seal. A hint that Smarlinghue was not what he seemed would be the end, swift and inevitable, of the Gray Seal and Jimmie Dale. He nodded sharply to himself as he stripped off his ragged attire, and, quickly now, removing the little pieces of wax from nostrils and from beneath the lips that distorted the contour of his face, and removing, too, the stain of make-up, began to dress again as Jimmie Dale in the carefully folded suit which he took from the hiding place behind the baseboard. Again he nodded to himself. Tweeds tonight. It was fortunate. He had naturally been wearing tweeds that afternoon when he had left his house. The White Rat was not usually frequented by gentlemen in evening dress. A minute, two, three, passed.
The gas jet, spitting like an angry cat, became suddenly silent. The room was in darkness, save for a queer, nebulous shaft of night light that came in through the top light high up over the French doors that opened on the small, ill-kept courtyard without. And now a shadow moved and bulked itself against the French doors, and one of the French doors opened without sound and closed again, and the shadow crept along the wall of the building, and, strangely, like an apparition, disappeared through the fence that bordered the lane. A moment more, and Jimmie Dale, as though Smarlinghue had never existed, was walking quietly along the street. His mind was working now with cool, judicial precision, sifting, weighing, appraising the factors of the problem before him. Mother Margot would not be near Thompson Street again to-night. If the Gray Seal's hand appeared to-night, it would be no more than she expected. Whether it was as the Gray Seal or as Smarlinghue that first he next saw Mother Margot, the statement that the Gray Seal had phoned and received his information was wholly in accord with the old hag's own suggestion. He, Jimmie Dale, was free to go at once to the White Rat. He was not even abusing the trust that she had reposed in Smarlinghue. There was something ironical in that. Her distress had been genuine enough, and her story was beyond doubt or question. Who should know better than himself? She had said that later on she might have known where to find the Gray Seal, but that it would be too late then. She had meant, of course, her own rooms that he had that afternoon warned her to keep away from. That statement alone stamped her story with the ring of truth. But why bring distrust of Mother Margot even into question? She had never yet played him false, and to-night it was glaringly obvious that, voluntarily, in the only way she could, though that way depended purely on chance, she had done her utmost to keep her pact with him. He shrugged his shoulders. Mother Margot, as a factor in the problem to-night, could from now on be eliminated. French Jeff and the White Rat then. What was the game that the Phantom was playing, the key to which was all the information that Mother Margot had possessed, was French Jeff and the White Rat? Jimmie Dale was walking more quickly now, threading his way through the more unfrequented streets as he worked deeper into the Lower East Side. French Jeff and the White Rat were equally notorious, the one as a sort of plenipotentiary of crookdom from the other side of the water, and the other as the favourite hostelry of foreign visitors whose credentials were properly viséed. This was the understanding that the New York underworld had of French Jeff and the White Rat. Ostensibly, however, to the police and to the public at large, the man was but the quiet, law-abiding proprietor of a small establishment that, while it could not be dignified by the name of hotel, yet, nevertheless, embodied in itself a bar, a restaurant, and a few rooms for guests, which latter to the public were always engaged. Quite so. In the enormously fat little Frenchman and his White Rat lay potentialities for evil that were limitless. Suave, cunning in his international affiliations, the man was credited with playing big games for big stakes. That he was successful was evidenced by the fact that for years now he had carried on business without coming under the ban of the police. Jimmie Dale frowned. He, like the rest of the underworld, for his eyes were Smarlinghue's now, could only view the man in the large. There were no details to the picture. And this was so naturally enough because French Jeff confined himself strictly to his own foreign connections and stood wholly aloof from local entanglements, no matter how alluring the promise of their reward might be. What then was the Phantom's interest in this man to-night? Had French Jeff at last broken his rule and gone in on some deal, working hand in glove with the Phantom? Or was the Phantom preparing, as he so often did, to pick the ripened plums from another's tree? Or was it... Jimmie Dale had halted before an uninviting three-story frame building on the corner of an equally uninviting street. A sign, somewhat battered and aping the continental style, swung in the breeze over the front door. It bore the design of an animal, its species none too easily recognisable, done in white on a green background. The lettering, however, below this inartistic effort was informative. The White Rat. Within, as could be seen from the street, the ground floor was a sort of combination restaurant and bar. A few customers occupied tables, a few more were at the bar. Jimmie Dale's slouch hat was pulled rakishly down over his eyes, his cravat flashily tucked into the bosom of his shirt, as he stepped now inside, and, walking up to the bar, ordered a drink. He glanced around him nonchalantly. He had never been in the place before, but in common with everybody else in the underworld he knew the fat proprietor by sight. French Jeff was not in evidence. "Ain't the boss around?" inquired Jimmie Dale casually out of the corner of his mouth, as the barkeeper slid a glass toward him across the bar. "Sure, he's upstairs on the office," replied the man, evidently too a Frenchman, in broken English. "You wants to see him?" Jimmie Dale shook his head. "Nope," he said indifferently. "Not hard enough to bring him down. I'd have said hello to him if he'd been handy, that's all." Jimmie Dale set his now empty glass back on the bar, and with a wave of his hand to the barkeeper went out again to the street. French Jeff was upstairs on the office. He went on around the corner. The White Rat, if it were efficient along the lines upon which it was supposed to run, would certainly possess a side entrance for the benefit of those who, with the necessary credentials, were privileged to occupy rooms there. Yes, here it was. Jimmie Dale opened the door quietly and stepped inside. Even if seen, it meant only that he must then find some other means of getting into proximity with French Jeff. The glib excuse that he thought this was but another entrance to the restaurant, as indeed it might well be also, would be quite sufficient to guarantee an orderly retreat on his part. And then he flung a mental jibe at himself. He was borrowing trouble, whereas, as a matter of fact, he appeared to be playing in wholesale luck. He found himself standing in a dimly lighted hall, rather seedily furnished and quite deserted. The only sounds were those that sifted through from the restaurant in the front of the establishment, the clatter of dishes, the muffled voices of those at the tables and at the bar. No, he was wrong. From above him, up the stairs that were directly in front of him, his ear caught now a curious, irregular rasping sound. He could not at once define it as he began quickly and silently to mount the stairs, but halfway up the sound took on a concrete meaning, and a smile broadened his lips. The sound had resolved itself into nothing more than a series of well-defined snores. And now at the top of the landing he placed the direction of the sound. Doors here opened off on each side of the hall, and at the far end the light streamed out through one that was open, and disclosed, facing it, the door on the opposite side of the hall to be ajar. It was from the lighted room that the snores emanated. Jimmie Dale moved softly along the hall, keeping close against the wall on the opposite side from the lighted door, and finally paused. From where he stood now he could just see at an angle into the lighted room. For an instant he stood listening, then he slipped through the already partially open door beside him that faced the lighted doorway. He was playing in luck, in unbounded luck. Here was a vacant room, and across the hall, the door wide open, French Jeff and his office were in plain view. Perhaps it was almost too much luck. This room here might be occupied after all, the guest out only temporarily and likely to return at any minute. He glanced critically around him. There was light enough from across the hall to see. No, it was quite all right. There was no sign of occupancy, no clothing, no belongings of any kind in evidence. And if by any chance a new arrival should be allotted the room, it would certainly not be until French Jeff in there had been advised and had passed upon the applicant's desirability, and there would be time enough then to consider a means of retreat. Jimmie Dale, leaving the door no more ajar than would enable him to see readily into the opposite room, drew up a chair and coolly seated himself for his vigil. The fat little French crook was sprawled back in his desk chair, his hands folded over an ample and undulating paunch, his feet up and resting on a black handbag that in turn occupied the seat of a second chair. The man was fast asleep. What was it? What was the game? Had that black handbag, guarded by the other's feet, anything to do with it? Watch French Jeff at the White Rat. That was all Mother Margot had known. The minutes passed, became quarter hours, a half hour, more. Occasionally French Jeff stirred uneasily, awakened, settled himself drowsily, and went to sleep again. Occasionally Jimmie Dale silently changed his own position. What time was it? It had been well after 10 o'clock when Mother Margot had come to the Sanctuary. It must be long after 11 now. He began to know not so much a sense of impatience as one of disquiet. It was still early yet, of course, and the hours, most likely of all the 24 for criminal activities, were still to come. But somehow The pig-like serenity of the fat Frenchman disturbed him. Still the minutes dragged by. Another quarter of an hour passed. And then Jimmie Dale suddenly straightened up alertly. There was a footstep now on the stairs, and now it came along the hall. Jimmie Dale retreated a little from the door, his automatic in his hand. It was one of the waiters from downstairs. The man passed into the other room. "It's time to go, monsieur," he heard the waiter say in French. French Jeff, with a grunt, roused himself. "All right, Emile," he said shortly. The waiter left the room and went downstairs again. French Jeff spent a moment at his desk, then closed it down, picked up the black handbag from the chair, extinguished the light, and left the room. Jimmie Dale stole out into the darkened corridor. French Jeff descended the stairs and went out through the side door. Another minute and Jimmie Dale too had gained the street, and crossing to the opposite side took up the fat proprietor's trail. It led to the nearest subway station and an uptown train. French Jeff got off at the Grand Central Station, and Jimmie Dale followed. At a ticket window French Jeff bought a ticket and berth on the midnight train for Boston. Jimmie Dale, for the first time in evidence and now at the other's elbow, made exactly the same purchase. But on Jimmie Dale's lips now there was a smile of almost self-pity. "If I'm going where I think I am," confided Jimmie Dale softly to himself, as he followed the other through the gates and to the Pullman, "it'll be a rather expensive ride for the mileage, but the gatemen are inviolable, and the porter might not have stood for a bribe." The berths in the car were all made up. The fat little Frenchman swished down the aisle, waddling after the porter. Jimmie Dale, finding his berth to be opposite that of French Jeff, sat down on the edge of it and drew the curtains together in front of him. A few minutes passed. The train pulled out. A wry smile began to settle on Jimmie Dale's lips. At 125th Street it had hardened into lines of grim, unmirthful chagrin. French Jeff had undressed and gone to bed, and the car was already reverberating to the fat man's snores. Jimmie Dale got off the train. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Jimmie Dale and the Phantom Clue by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. The Lair. Tight-lipped, Jimmie Dale stared out at the black flying walls as the subway train roared its way back to lower New York. He'd been properly done. There could be no question about that. But by whom? And why? What did it mean? Intuition, even back there in the White Rat, had warned him that something was wrong, but he would in no way have been justified in being swayed wholly by intuition. He could not in justice blame himself for that. What was it? What was the meaning of it? Something had happened somewhere, but not at the White Rat, and he had been very neatly sidetracked. All that was obvious. Was it Mother Margot? He shook his head. She had never yet double-crossed him, and he did not believe that she would dare to do so. Even her visit to the Sanctuary tonight, and her very evident wholesome respect for the Gray Seal, not to say fear, was almost proof in itself, it would seem, that she had not deliberately tried to mislead him. What then? There seemed to be only one logical explanation left. The Phantom. It would not have been altogether a new move on the Phantom's part, for, while not wholly analogous, the man had in a way tried the same game before. The Phantom knew only too well, and to his cost, that there had been a leak somewhere in his entourage, a leak that had brought the Gray Seal very inopportunely on his heels more than once. But tonight that entourage, in view of the fact that the rest were dead, and that the Kitten was being hunted mercilessly by his own fellow crooks of the underworld, was reduced now to Mother Margot alone. Therefore, if the leak still existed, it must exist in the person of Mother Margot, and therefore, as a precautionary measure, if nothing more, should the Phantom be up to some play tonight in which he particularly wanted to guard against any interference, he would logically turn the possibility that the leak still existed to his own advantage, and at the same time, perhaps, test out and even trap Mother Margot. "Yes," said Jimmie Dale grimly to himself. "I guess that's it." He nodded sharply. He had been sidetracked from his original plan tonight, but the night was not yet ended, and if he had the Phantom to thank for the bubble he had been chasing, The Phantom might yet have reason to remember tonight from another cause very different indeed. The phantom clue at Mother Margot's rooms was again his goal. The delay had mattered little. What he had meant to do as he had lain there on the cot in the Sanctuary, he meant to do now. Jimmie Dale looked at his watch as he left the subway at Astor Place and headed into the Bowery. It was 10 minutes to 1. He walked quickly now. It was not far to those two tenements with the narrow areaway between, in one of which Mother Margot had lived since Gentleman Laroque, alias Isaac Shiftel, alias the Phantom, had so mysteriously made his escape from the room which the old hag now occupied. Just a little lower down, a little off the Bowery, in one of the East Side's most unenviable neighbourhoods. 5 minutes brought him to his destination. It was quiet here, save for the distant sounds of night life from the Bowery, dark, deserted. A light showed sparsely here and there from a window, that was all. He passed the areaway between the two tenements, smiled grimly at the recollection of the officer who had stood guard therein beneath the window on the night the Phantom had escaped, and he, Jimmie Dale, had been so nearly trapped, and slipped unobtrusively into the dark hallway of the further tenement. A moment more, and, masked, he stood listening at the door of Mother Margot's rooms. There was no sound from within. Why should there be? Even if Mother Margot, according to her own story, had not been ordered somewhere else by the Phantom, she would not be here, since he, Jimmie Dale, had warned her to keep away. There was no sound, but the slim, sensitive fingers were working tentatively at the doorknob. This was a little strange. The door was unlocked. It swung open now silently, an inch at a time, under his hand. He stepped inside and, as silently, closed the door behind him. It was black in here. He could not see a yard in front of him. But he was familiar, a little more than familiar, with his surroundings. He stole forward to the doorway connecting with the inner room, moving without sound, as Larry the Bat in the days of old in the old Sanctuary had moved, and paused on the threshold. It was from here those voices that other night had come. Here was the mise en scène of the Phantom clue. Again he listened. There was still no sound. Jimmie Dale's automatic was already in his hand, and now from his pocket he took out a flashlight. Still he waited another instant, listening. And then, the round white ray stabbing through the blackness, Jimmie Dale, his face set hard and grim, his lips a straight line, stood staring at the wall opposite him. The Phantom clue was a Phantom clue no longer. It lay there clothed in tangible, yes, even mocking form, so blatantly that it flaunt now the disclosal of its own existence. The flashlight was boring into a great oblong shaped opening through the wall. Still Jimmie Dale stood motionless. Through his mind in swift lightning flashes swept the oft repeated admonition of both the Tocsin and Mother Margot. A trap. He'd been told the place was a trap for him. Was the door of the trap open now? A little too invitingly open? The door he had never been able to find before, patiently and thoroughly though he had searched? Had this anything to do with what had gone before tonight, with the fool's errand upon which he had run to French Jeff and the White Rat? How could it have? And yet... His eyes swept the opening and the wall adjacent to it, above and on both sides. He understood now, of course, and it brought no sense of self-reproof that, though knowing it had existed somewhere here, he had not, in the times he had searched before, been able to find it. It was clever, ingenious, a replica almost of the old Crime Club with its false movable walls, though here not nearly so elaborate, but perhaps even built by the same man, at that, as one of their outposts, since Clarke, alias Wizard Marre, who had been the Phantom's confederate in the murder of Jason Lane, had been a member of that original organisation. A dado of cheap painted burlap at the height of some 5 feet ran around the room. This was surmounted by a wide moulding, and the whole divided into oblong panels by vertical, though narrower, strips of moulding again. It was one of these oblong sections that now had disappeared into the floor, disclosing an inner wall that was obviously the real wall of the room, set back perhaps slightly more than 2 feet from the false wall with the dado. This made a little passageway within, so that while he, Jimmie Dale, might have tapped the entire length of the wall in an effort to discover the opening by the sense of sound, in no place would it have sounded more hollow than in any other. And again the mouldings covered the joints, and the section slid up and down behind them, so that unless they had been ripped off bodily, it would have been impossible to. His face grew harder. That was what he had meant to do tonight, wreck the room if necessary, throw the caution that before had actuated him to the winds. But tonight all lay there open before him, starkly, vauntingly open. It was obvious enough now. The section slid up and down through the floor and. Up and down! That was what Bunty Myers had said. But Bunty Myers had said too that she didn't know because it was in the next house. That passage there, invitingly open now, it could only lead to one place then, the next house, and there was only one next house on this side. The other tenement. A trap. Well, he'd come for this, hadn't he? To find the trap, no matter what the consequences, no matter what the cost, if it would but bring him into touch with the Phantom. He stepped forward now silently across the room and, with his flashlight switched off, knelt down at the opening. The passage in there was very narrow, certainly quite long, and certainly inky black. One could therefore fairly expect that somewhere in the passage between here and the other tenement there would be a light, and if so, and if it were lighted now, it would disclose for the benefit of the quarry any trapper who might be lurking there. Also, if there were a light, it would naturally be readily accessible from the entrance here. Half crouched, he leaned forward into the opening and felt inside, up and down along the edges of the wall. His fingers encountered a switch button. He pressed it now. But instead of a light showing anywhere, the movable section of the wall under him began to rise. He jabbed at the switch quickly again, even as he flung himself clear of the opening, and then found that the section had receded once more to its original position below the level of the baseboard. Jimmie Dale drew in his breath sharply. So that was it. The thing was electrically controlled. That was plain enough, and from the inside there was no concealment of how it was set in motion. But how was it operated from within the room? He might not have been able in his several previous searches to have located the position of the opening, but he was quite certain that had there been a concealed switch, say, anywhere along the wall under the dado, or at the edges of the mouldings, he would have found it, for his fingers had felt over every inch of that space. He shrugged his shoulders. Well, it didn't matter now, did it, since someone else had supplied the open sesame, and since there was no other light. His body well back from the opening, he reached his hand inside, and, pointing his flashlight parallel with the passage in the direction of the other tenement, flung a beam of light along it. It brought no response. No answering shot, for example, that he had half expected. He risked more now. Flat on the floor, with head and shoulders this time inside the opening, flashlight's ray shot out again. But this time he could see. What was at the other end he could not tell, but immediately in front of him the way was clear. A series of steps led downward, then seemed to reach a level, until, in perspective, from where he lay, the roof and the base of the passage merged together. The passage then, beyond surmise, led down under the narrow alleyway to the next house, the tenement which was the counterpart of this one here. He rose to his feet and cautiously, without sound, moved forward, descending the steps. The passage was extremely narrow, his shoulders kept brushing the walls on either side. At every few steps he stopped to listen. His flashlight was out now. When he moved it was the sense of touch alone that guided him. He reached the level. This would be the section of the tunnel directly under the areaway, of course. And now, as the series of steps began again, this time leading upward, a faint glow of light showed through the darkness, and for the first time his ear caught a sound. It was like a low, strange moaning. Jimmie Dale went down on his hands and knees now as he crawled upward. He would be less a target in that position, for it was obvious that the other end of the secret passage was open, and that the room or the space into which it opened was lighted and occupied. Also, it was no longer a mystery where the voices had come from that had been heard in Mother Margot's rooms. Noiselessly he reached the top step. Here the arrangement was the exact duplicate of the other end of the passage. A wall section was open, a lighted room beyond. The moaning, naturally more distinct now, continued unabated. Cautiously Jimmie Dale edged forward until he could see into the room. And then in an instant he was on his feet and through the opening, and running toward a man's form that was stretched out on the floor. The Kitten! The man's face was grey with the pallor of approaching death, and there was a great crimson blotch over the left side of his shirt where the vest had been torn open, but he roused himself now with almost superhuman energy, staring in most strange eagerness and excitement at Jimmie Dale. "Who are youse?" he cried out. "Who in hell are youse with that mask on?" "It doesn't matter," said Jimmie Dale gently. The man was dying, and it needed no professional eye to discern that fact. The Kitten! Well, even the Kitten was a fellow human. "It doesn't matter," he said again. "Let me try and make you more comfortable, and—" "It does matter!" There was fierce insistence, so fierce that it was almost bizarre, in the man's gasping words. "It matters more'n anything else whether a guy that wears a mask is a friend of Laroque's or ain't. Youse can't do anything for me. I ain't got but a few minutes left. If youse a friend of Laroque's, beat it out of here and leave me alone. If youse ain't, I got something to tell youse. Quick! Who are youse?" Gentleman Laroque, alias the Phantom. The Kitten, the last remaining satellite. What did this mean? The man's mind was wandering perhaps, and yet he seemed coherent enough. "I think you'd know me best," said Jimmie Dale simply, "as the Gray Seal." The Kitten struggled to his elbow. "The Gray Seal! Prove it! Prove it, for the love of God!" he cried out wildly. "Maybe they've got him, but if they ain't, youse will. If youse are the Gray Seal, prove it!" There was something of vital, paramount moment here. The man seemed possessed of a hatred and fury that had given him, in his dying condition, an unnatural strength. From the leather girdle, Jimmie Dale took out the thin, metallic case that was the receptacle of those diamond-shaped, grey paper seals that had given him his name, and lifting one out, held it up before the Kitten's eyes. The man laughed. It seemed to carry a shudder in its depths. It echoed around the room in a strangled, horrible way. "That's enough!" screamed the Kitten. "You's the guy that's been after him for weeks. You's the guy he's afraid of. Mabbe they've got him, but I ain't takin' no chances, for if they ain't, youse will. Damn him! It was Laroque that give me this in there in the passage. It was Laroque that plugged me cold and—" He caught at his throat, choking, struggling for breath. "Laroque!" exclaimed Jimmie Dale tensely. "Do you know what you're saying? That was Gentleman Laroque who shot you?" The Kitten clutched at Jimmie Dale's arm, dragging himself up again. "Yes, I know what I'm saying," he was whispering hoarsely now. "Listen, maybe youse heard I was up against it with a gang that was after me. Maybe youse didn't. It doesn't matter. I hid since yesterday. Tonight they nosed me out and I had to beat it for my life. I didn't have much start. I pinched the car, but they got another, see? I didn't have nowheres to go but here then. I thought Laroque'd hide me. It was the only chance I had." He fought for his breath, paused and struggled on again, his words coming more thickly and with greater effort. "I left the car around the corner and came in here. Laroque and Mother Margot was here. I was telling 'em about it. I thought I'd given the gang the slip, but I hadn't. They came smashing at the door. Laroque didn't say nothin', only he looked wicked when he jumped for the electric wall bracket and gave that brass fitting against the wall a twist. That opened the door in the wall, see? 'Come on,' he says then to Mother Margot and me. 'The two of youse, quick.' The gang was busting in the door of the room by now, and they saw us. We followed Laroque through the wall, and he pushed the switch inside, and the wall closes up. It was black in there. My God, it was black. And Laroque kinda laughs. 'That was a close squeak, and maybe we ain't safe yet,' he says. 'Mothers, youse and me'll go down to Blind Peter's, since the Kitten's been thoughtful enough to bring us a car. And youse, Kitten, youse'll go where youse deserves to go for taking any chance and giving me away.' Just like that he said it, and he was laughing. My God, he was laughing all the time. 'Youse overrated the value of your life, Kitten,' he says, and shot me cold. The man with a nervous grip that locked like a vice around Jimmie Dale's arm and shoulder had heaved himself up into a sitting posture. His lips and face were working. "D'you understand?" he choked. "Yes," said Jimmie Dale through tight lips. "Quick!" gasped the Kitten. "Listen, I ain't got much more time. He thought he'd finished me. I guess I lost consciousness. Then I heard the gang in here pounding at the wall. They couldn't do me no more harm. I knew Laroque had put me out for keeps and he was going to pay for it, see? Pay for it. Pay for it. I crawled to the switch and opened the wall. They made a rush for me, but I gets a chance to speak. They thought I'd got away with some money last night, a black box, Banco Santos, but I hadn't. I don't know no more news where it is. See?" The Kitten's voice was growing weaker, his grip was loosening, the strength ebbing from his fingers. "I told 'em it was Laroque and the woman put up the whole plant, and that they had the money, and that I'd only done what Laroque told me. And the proof Laroque and Margot was in the game was this hole in the wall and the passage, and that they was running for Blind Peter's." He caught at his throat. "The gang went through the hole there after Laroque 10 minutes ago. Blind Peter's, understand? Double chance. Gray Seal'll get 'em if Steenie don't. The Gray—" Jimmie Dale stood up. The Kitten was dead. For an instant he looked around him. He seemed most curiously to be possessed of two entities, one that rejoiced fiercely over what now seemed a certainty that the Phantom, either at the hands of the Apaches that the Kitten in his dying vengeance had set upon the other, or failing that, through himself, Jimmie Dale, would be finally and irrevocably trapped tonight. The other that looked out as through a strange veil of unreality upon his immediate surroundings. This was the Phantom's lair at the end of the Phantom trail. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Jimmie Dale and the Phantom Clue by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Blind Peter's. Jimmie Dale stepped swiftly across the room, and with a small steel jimmy which he took from his leather girdle, ripped aside, from where it fitted close against the wall, the round brass plaque or fitting, technically called the canopy, of the electric light fixture. There was no time to lose, but he could spare an instant for this. Yes, it was as the Kitten had said. It concealed an electrical connection quite apart from the electric light itself, and by giving the canopy a half turn the contact could be made. He nodded as he turned now in a flash toward the window. He was satisfied. That was how the movable section of the wall was manipulated from within. And the window here, unless his calculations were hopelessly at fault, faced exactly across the areaway, the window in Mother Margot's room. He raised the shade. And suddenly, with a low, suppressed cry, wrenched it down again, and leapt for the opening in the wall. In an instant he was inside, and, pressing the switch, the movable section had closed behind him. The police! The window did face Mother Margot's, and, as there had been on the first night that he had come here, so too tonight an officer was lurking outside there now in the alleyway. The light streaming out from the window with the lifting shade had disclosed a man in uniform crouched against the wall, and also, even as he had wrenched back the shade, his ear had caught the muffled tread of several men in the hall outside the room, and that too was as it had been on the first occasion. He ran now, his flashlight streaming ahead of him through the tunnel, gained Mother Margot's room, and, indifferent now as to whether the movable section here was left closed or not, since it could in no way affect his own movements, and since the tunnel was now an open secret through its discovery by the Apaches, he made no attempt to close it behind him, and, as he had done before when wary of the police here, he slipped out at the rear of the tenement, sped silently across the backyard into darkness, and disappeared in the lane behind. And thereafter, keeping always when he could to the lanes and alleyways, grudging the sedate though crisp walk when forced out into the open, he went on at top speed. But swiftly as he went, his mind ran the swifter. The police,
not at Mother Margot's, but at that other tenement. His own escape had been a sinecure, thanks to the Phantom's secret passage. It would take the police some time to find that movable section in the room where the Kitten lay. But he did not understand. Why were the police there at all? They had not followed on the heels of the Kitten and the Apaches, for in that case they would have been there much sooner. It was not the sound of the shot that the Phantom had fired, for that had been deadened inside the walls of the passage. Nor did it seem possible that any other disturbance made there had been reported to them, say, by the inmates of the tenement, for in that case there would have been commotion amongst the tenants themselves, who would have been swarming about like bees. It was strange. The whole night was strange. He did not understand. He ran on. The point was not vital. It was vital only that he should reach Blind Peter's without delay. Thank God it wasn't far. But they had had 10 minutes' start, and it was almost certain that neither the Phantom nor the Apaches had gone on foot. Blind Peter's. He was not so sure after all that men like Steenie Klotz and Red Jack would be able to trap the Phantom there. It was the safest place in the underworld if one knew its secrets, and on that score the Phantom had made no mistake. But Steenie Klotz and his followers were of the lesser breed, the hangers-on, the purely thug element, not of the elite, not of the initiated, and Blind Peter's might well be to them but a name, a place whose mysteries were reserved for the upper strata of the criminal realm from which they themselves were far removed. It might well be, but against this was the fact that the underworld, its aristocracy and its proletariat alike, were behind Steenie Klotz and his companions in their determination to wreak vengeance upon the Kitten. And with the explanation made of why it was Gentleman Laroque now, instead of the Kitten, who was the object of this vengeance, the Phantom might find far else but sanctuary at Blind Peter's. He did not know. He knew only that if he were in time, the Phantom would not only find no safety there, but, forced to attempt flight again, would find no escape. And he would be in time. He must be. It was the end. The end. The end. The words pounded over and over again at his brain as he ran on. In either case it was the end tonight. What Steenie Klotz and his pack might not know of Blind Peter's, he, Jimmie Dale, knew as perhaps few outside Blind Peter himself knew. It was the years of Larry the Bat, the years of Smarlinghue, the knowledge he had thus garnered, the height to which those alter ego characters of his had risen in the inner circles of crimeland that were bearing fruit now. Yes, he knew Blind Peter's. Blind Peter was a very old and wizened little man of dark-skinned, doubtful origin, who wore spectacles with lenses that were coloured and that were of the thickness of heavy plate glass, and who groped out with hands and stick when he walked. And who was not blind. He ran, supposedly, a small general store in one of a block of 4 houses in a neighbourhood that, to speak mildly, was unsavoury at best. The other 3 houses were, supposedly again, lodging houses, and in a sense they were lodging houses, just as in a sense they were anything else one wished to call them. But Blind Peter owned them, and that had made Blind Peter rich, or rather a maze-like cavern of vice beneath their cellars had. Here, where sound never reached to the outer air, where the cellars above, rubbish-filled, were a benign and protecting mantle, toll from the lusts of the gaming table, toll from the overlords of crime who rented council chambers there, toll from the fear-stricken who had fled from daylight and the law, toll from every human weakness was paid to Blind Peter. And, discreet beyond any of his ilk in the selection of his clientele, Blind Peter's place was safe. There was but one entrance and one exit, through the back of Blind Peter's store, where none might enter or depart except under the closest scrutiny. Jimmie Dale had halted. A queer smile twisted his lips. Was there? Well, in the old days there had been another entrance, guessed at by many, but known only to a few, of which he, as Larry the Bat then, had been one, and it was here. He was crouched in the darkness before a low basement door, that of the house in the block farthest away from Blind Peter's store. Behind him was a small backyard, and behind that again the lane. The door was locked, of course, but his picklock was at work now, and now the door opened slowly, gradually, wary of a protesting creak. Jimmie Dale closed the door behind him without locking it, and descending a short flight of steps, stood still to listen. He was in the cellar now. He could hear nothing either from above
or below. There would be no guard here. This entrance was for emergency only, a reserve margin of safety that Blind Peter held up his sleeve for himself and his intimates. It probably had not been used in months, and naturally anyone using it at all was, in the very fact that the secret was in his possession, beyond the necessity of challenge. Besides, a guard of any kind would but scream out aloud to Blind Peter's entire clientele the fact that this entrance or exit existed. Nor would one entering by this means, if he took but ordinary precautions, blazon the existence of the entrance to those already below. Blind Peter was far, very far from being a fool. Here in this cellar the entrance was craftily hidden, but below it was still more so. Jimmie Dale's flashlight winked through the blackness. He moved quickly forward to the far corner of the cellar. Rubbish, an untidy heap of kindling wood, the flotsam and jetsam of broken and discarded household effects littered the place. He worked rapidly now, brushing aside a thin, scattered layer of the kindling wood at the edge of the pile, and lifted up a small trap door. It was black below, intensely black. The flashlight sent its ray streaming down a steep flight of steps, and went out. Jimmie Dale nodded sharply to himself. It was as it had always been. These steps led to the rear wooden wall of a coal bin. But the coal bin would not be inconveniently full, and the front of it was quite open, and in the back of it a board or two could at a touch be moved aside. He began to descend the steps cautiously. Across the narrow little chamber that contained the coal bin was a door leading into Blind Peter's unholy nest. And since that door must exist in order to make this exclusive entrance of any practical avail, a door the existence of which must almost of necessity be a matter of common knowledge to all who frequented Blind Peter's, that door itself must excite no suspicion. Therefore, when it was opened it exhibited to all but the initiated in Blind Peter's nothing more than an apparently essential adjunct to the establishment, a storeroom that contained boxes of supplies, many of them, and a coal bin. Almost down the steps now, Jimmie Dale paused suddenly, and as suddenly took the remaining ones at a leap. Dull, muffled, the report of a revolver shot had reached his ears. It was echoed by another, still another. The flashlight was in play again. Those boards, yes, here they were. He moved them aside and stepped through into the coal bin, so innocently almost empty. The coal rattled a little under his feet, but the sound was drowned out now by shouts that added their quota of muffled uproar to the quickened reports of the revolver shots, and the sounds were coming nearer, nearer to that door there that opened into this supposed storeroom. The Phantom and the Apaches, it could be nothing else. Steenie Klotz had gained admittance. The law of the underworld was at work. Blind Peter had evidently not dared oppose it. Did the Phantom know of the existence of this exit? A trapped rat, was he fighting for escape this way? Jimmie Dale's lips were a thin line. Well, the Phantom would not escape this way. Whatever the penalty that he, Jimmie Dale, might pay, the Phantom's career ended tonight. That was what he was here for. No matter what happened to himself, the price would be a small and pitiful thing to pay. Tomorrow, no, tonight, the Tocsin, the woman he loved, she who in her great unselfish courage, aye, and her love, had chosen to risk death alone, to fight out her fight alone, that he too might not be sacrificed, would be free, free from peril, free to live in God's sunshine as... He was at the door now. The sounds from the other side had risen into almost riot noise. The panel here, it used to move a little, so that one intending entrance might first satisfy himself that he was not observed. Yes, it still moved, the space of a few inches. He could see through, into a small room, garishly appointed, its roof supported by ornamental rafters from which hung several lanterns of curious antique design, its walls draped with oriental hangings, the whole furnished in a sort of barbaric luxury. It was Blind Peter's private retreat, and naturally again offered a further bulwark and protection against the detection of the hidden entrance. The door opening out on the other side of this room, and directly opposite the one behind which Jimmie Dale stood, was closed, but now suddenly it burst open. Shots, yells, curses rose crescendo in a hideous uproar. A figure reeled in, stumbled, fell upon its knees, and began to drag itself away from the threshold. The old hag, Mother Margot! But Jimmie Dale's eyes rested for but an instant on her. There was another figure, the figure of a man, on the threshold itself now,
a man at bay, fighting, pumping his shots from his automatic, cursing as he fought. Gentleman Laroque, alias Isaac Shiftel, alias Limpy Mack, alias the Phantom. Outside, beyond that door, Jimmie Dale could not see. He could only hear, above the shots, the oaths and yells from, it seemed, a multitude of throats, like the screech of beasts, like animals giving tongue to a bloodlust that was upon them. It was very plain. They had dug the Phantom out of wherever he had been hiding in Blind Peter's here, and had driven him in a running fight to the end of the chain of underground rooms and passages. It was the end. The Phantom could go no further, save through the door behind which he, Jimmie Dale, stood. And through that door the Phantom, for the Tocsin's sake, would never pass while he, Jimmie Dale, lived. The end. Yes, but it was ending there on the threshold now. The Phantom half spun around and screamed as a bullet struck him, made a desperate effort to slam shut the door, and instead crumpled to the floor. A strange, queer look was on Jimmie Dale's face. His jaws were clamped, his features set like iron. The end! Well, he could go now, go the way he'd come, unseen. It was over, the Tocsin was free, and he too was free, free of hurt or harm, free to the years that stretched ahead where only love and happiness should hold sway, and the "Kill 'em! Bump 'em both off! The cursed snitches!" Shots seemed to be still pouring a leaden hail into the prostrate form of the Phantom on the threshold, as he lay there, sprawled out, a dead thing now. Then a rush. Faces appeared at the doorway. Steenie's. The man levelled his revolver at the old hag on the floor as she crawled for protection toward the end of a sort of divan at the side of the room. The mind worked swiftly, swift beyond all measure of time. She was only an old hag, an abandoned thing steeped in her crimes, the last of the Phantom's satellites. All the rest had gone. It was justice that she should go too. What had he to do with it? The road to life and happiness lay the other way. Suppose she was a woman, suppose it was murder that would be done in the next second, what had he to do with it? What had... Through the opening in the panel Jimmie Dale fired. The revolver in Steenie Klotz's outstretched hand clattered to the floor, and the man, with a yell of mingled pain, fury and surprise, leapt back from the open doorway, and with him, from this new attack, the others took hasty cover, leaving the doorway clear again. "Quick! This way, Mother Margot!" Jimmie Dale called out sharply. "Don't stand up! Crawl!" He fired steadily, coolly, sweeping the opposite doorway with his bullets, working with picklock in his other hand at the door behind which he stood. The old hag came crawling, weakly it seemed, across the floor, nearer and nearer to him. The shots were pouring into the room again, but they were coming at an angle. He laughed a little, without mirth. Steenie Klotz and his men were crouched on both sides of the door, casing out there beyond, of course, and they could not fire in a direct line now without exposing themselves. But how much could they see? The danger would come when he opened the door for Mother Margot, and when he could not for the moment command the other doorway. It would be a race for it then, nothing else. "You fool!" an inner voice snarled at him. "Don't you know the Phantom is dead? You fool to have risked this now! You poor, feeble, quixotic fool!" The old hag was close to the door now. He called to her again. "When I open the door, jump for it!" he said grimly. "Are you ready?" He caught a faint, affirmative reply. He fired at the opposite doorway again, then closed the panel. And then with a sudden wrench pulled the door before him halfway open, and, as Mother Margot scurried through, he flung it shut again, locked it, and reaching out in the darkness for the old hag, jerked her forward, making for the rear of the coal bin. She staggered weakly, making a strange, half crooning noise. If he could win behind the bin to the stairs, there would be comparative safety, time enough at least to get to the lane above. Blind Peter, if he, Jimmie Dale, knew the man at all, having profound respect for his own skin, would not be taking a personal part in the fight, and those Apaches back there would certainly never find the opening until they had gone for Blind Peter and had either persuaded or forced him to disclose it. An age of time seemed to have passed, though he had reached the rear of the bin now. And now the board swung back, but there was smashing at the door behind, battering at it, raining blows upon it. Just an instant more. If the door would hold for but an instant more, so that when the light poured in they would not see. She was slow. God, how slow she was! He pushed her roughly through the opening and sprang quickly after her, and as he swung the boards back into place he heard the door crash open. But he was safe now. Safe for a moment anyhow. "Quick! The stairs!" right ahead of you," he whispered. But there was no answer. He stretched out his hand, groping down and around him. Mother Margot lay an inert heap at his feet. His jaws shut with a snap. Where was his margin of safety now? She was either hurt or wounded, or had fainted and "You fool!" snarled that inner voice again, as he picked the old hag up in his arms and began to climb the stairs. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Jimmie Dale and the Phantom Clue by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. The Port of Dawn. Muffled voices reached Jimmie Dale's ears from below. He staggered on upward, making what speed he could. It was not easy with this burden in his arms. In the darkness he gained the cellar, and from the cellar emerged on the small backyard, and thence on the lane. Here he drew a great, gasping breath of relief. He was safe so far, but he had still to get away from the immediate vicinity of that cellar entranceway. Blind Peter, at any moment, might solve the problem for Steenie Klotz and his pack. He went on again, running heavily, lurching under his load. Thank God for the darkness. He looked, as he ran, for some place of shelter or hiding. He could not go out into the open street with Mother Margot unconscious in his arms, certainly not anywhere in this neighbourhood. Nor could he run on indefinitely like this, whether by lane or street. 50 yards, 100 he covered. There were no sounds of pursuit, and now he had no further anxiety on that score, for he was already too far away for them to pick up the trail if he could only find temporary cover somewhere until Mother Margot's condition, which must necessarily govern his future movements, could be. She was stirring in his arms now uneasily, commencing to mutter incoherent words. He kept straining his eyes to right and left as he ran, and suddenly swerved close up against the left-hand side of the fence. This would do admirably. He could ask for nothing better. There was a shed here, or an outhouse of some kind. He laid Mother Margot down, worked swiftly for a moment with the door lock, then picking her up again, carried her inside and laid her upon the floor. But now, her senses evidently almost fully back, she raised herself quickly to her elbow and tried to struggle to her feet. "It's all right," said Jimmie Dale reassuringly. "We're safe now. Are you badly hurt? Let me see." He bent down and played his flashlight upon her. And like a man dazed and stunned, then stood swaying on his feet. The flashlight trembled in his hand, throwing wavering beams across the floor. And then he was on his knees, and with a great cry had gathered her into his arms and was calling out hoarsely, calling her name over and over, a man unhinged almost with the mad uplift that had surged upon him. "Marie! It's you! The Tocsin! Marie! Marie!" The hooded shawl had fallen from her, the grey, tangled wig was awry. The Tocsin! Marie! And he had not known! He had known only that in some character here in the underworld she had been bravely striving to fight out her battle alone, just as she once had as Silver Mag. Silver Mag, Mother Margot, and he had thought that Smarlinghue was unknown to Mother Margot. She was crying softly. "Jimmie," she whispered. "Dear Jimmie, I was afraid that I was saying good bye to you for always in the sanctuary tonight." He held her closely. His face was buried in her hair. His shoulders heaved, as though a strong man sobbed. It was a long while before he answered her. "I know now," he said at last. "I didn't understand then. How could I? I'd investigated Mother Margot, and she had been in existence long before you left me that night in the boat on the East River. If it hadn't been for that, I might." She stroked his face with her hand, very gently, very tenderly. "Yes," she said, "but I was always Mother Margot after Silver Mag. I was Mother Margot when they forced me into hiding the time before this. Don't you remember in the boat, Jimmie, that I would not tell you even then, even when Clarke was dead and you thought everything was all right again, how or where I'd lived all through that time?" "Yes, I remember," said Jimmie Dale. And then, with a quick, anxious cry, "And I remember now that you've been hurt, wounded, I'm afraid, and need—" "No," she said, and shook her head. "It is true that I was hit with something, a heavy stool that one of those gangsters threw when the fight first started at the upper end of Blind Peter's cellars, and it made me a little dizzy and giddy perhaps. But I'm not hurt. I'm afraid I only fainted, Jimmie, just like a woman." She laughed a little, bravely, tremulously, as she looked around her. "I know you said we were safe now, and I know that the Phantom is dead, but I'm all right again, and I'm able to go on. We can't be very far away from—" "We're safer here just now, quite safe," Jimmie Dale answered. "If we went out, we might only invite a chase and have to run for it, and you haven't got your strength back yet. And," he too laughed a little tremulously now, "besides, I want you, like this, Marie, like this for a little while." Her head was on his shoulder now. He brushed back the hair from her forehead and kissed her, and laid his face against hers. "Like this." Her voice broke a little. "God is very good, Jimmie. I did not dare to hope that it would be like this when I sent you to the White Rat tonight." "That was a plant," said Jimmie Dale a little ruefully. "Why did you send me there?" She drew slightly away from him so that she could lift her hands and clasp and hold his face between them. "What else could I do, Jimmie?" she said with a catch in her voice. You were so persistent. I had to get rid of you. I knew you were going to those rooms tonight. You told me so. Well, the Phantom, or the Voice, had ordered me to be in the hallway of the other tenement at 12:30. I knew then that there must be some connection between the two tenements, which would account for the voices that I'd heard when I'd been alone in the rooms where I was supposed to live. But I didn't know how or where. It was certain, though, that if the Phantom brought me that far tonight, he would bring me all the way. You see, he was at the end of his rope nearly. There were only the Kitten and myself left. Well, I meant to end it tonight with the help of the police and—" "The police?" Jimmie Dale smiled strangely. "It was you, then, who were accountable for the police?" "Yes," she said, "but I had first to get you out of the road, or you would almost certainly have been trapped in those rooms, either by the Phantom or the police. I hadn't the least idea of what French Jeff might be doing tonight, but his reputation made him a likely subject for anything, and I felt sure that once set on his trail with the idea that the Phantom was mixed up in it too, he would watch him until something happened, which, since I expected nothing to happen, would mean all night. I don't see why you didn't." "He went to bed on the midnight train to Boston," said Jimmie Dale grimly. She laughed a little now, still holding his face captive with her hands, and then abruptly her voice was grave and serious again. "Just before going to the other tenement at 12:30, she said, "I notified the police to be there at 1 o'clock, if they wanted Isaac Shiftel, and if they came before they would only ruin their one chance of getting their man. I needed that half hour to find out all I could, to get to the bottom of the Phantom's secret, and to make sure at least of where he lived in that other tenement, so that there could be no possible means of escape for him. And I wanted that much time in case he was late in keeping his appointment, and so that I would be sure to be with him, and make sure that he did not escape. I'm not sure that I expected to live through it myself. If he had any suspicion aroused, it—" Her voice broke suddenly. But he hadn't, Jimmie, and you must know what happened afterward, since you, too, went to Blind Peter's." "Yes," said Jimmie Dale simply. "I know. And I know a great deal more now. I know now that the night I caught you, as I thought, double crossing Limpy Mack, you were trying to save what you could of old Mrs. Kinsey's money. And I understand now that the reason you did not know when I was wounded was because it happened at the time when you, as Mother Margot, were away. And that night in the tunnel at Morley's place, when you wouldn't let me show any light or come near you, you were Mother Margot, weren't you?" "Yes, Jimmie," she whispered. For a moment he was silent, and then suddenly he cried out, and in his voice was the yearning of the days and weeks when it had seemed this moment could never be. "Marie! Marie! Marie!" He was holding her close to him again, his arms around her, her face against his own, and neither spoke now. Here in the shed it was very dark and very silent.
But radiant in their souls was the glad sunrise of a new life, and in their hearts was song, like the song of springtime, a song of great joy and of peace, for they had come at last to the port of dawn. The End of Jimmie Dale and the Phantom Clue by Frank L. Packard. First published in 1922. Recorded by Anna Simon for LibriVox.org in Nijmegen 2016.